Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So here I'm going to introduce our long-awaited Flutter Riverpod course. Now previously we have seen this e-learning app based on Flutter block, and this time we are going to introduce this course using Flutter Riverpod. So let's go ahead what it covers. So let's take a look at it very quickly. So of course over here I have these two simulators, and on this simulator this app refers to user app and this app actually refers to a teacher side. Well, so user app, actually user would be able to see this onboarding screen, and then after that definitely we'll have login and the sign up section. Now over here anyone can go ahead and sign up. Well, actually I have signed up already, so I'm not going to use it from here anymore. But if we sign up, actually that would help us sign up through Google email login. And of course there are Facebook and Apple login as well. Now since I have already signed up, so over here I'm going to log in. So how do I log in? So let's hit login, and we'll see that over here we are logged in, and so this is our user and app. Now over here we do have another app for teachers, so that the teachers or anyone related to this would be able to chat with the users from here. Now over here our teacher can log in as using their account, but this account actually would be coming from their backend, because for these two apps we also have dedicated backend. Actually we have two apps over here, and we'll have two backend. One is super admin panel, another is the teachers panel. Anyway, so let's take a look at our user and app over here. Now over here at the top we do see that we have search section, and then we have this sliders, and over here we have this 4 images. Each of the images actually refers to virtual products or courses in our case. Well, we do also have this search bar over here, so you'd be able to search items, and then over here you'd be able to see all the courses you have bought, and then over here you'd be able to see if you have any chatting or not. And after that over here you will see, okay, you have your profile section, and here we do have settings and some other related information. Now when it comes to settings over here, of course we have this page, and over here you can eventually log out. Now let's go ahead and see our front end. Now front end over here, for example, this is a course, and this course is uploaded by someone or one of the teachers. The teachers are available in the backend. Now over here we would be able to see course related info, a course that has been updated. Now all this information over here is coming from actually backend. Now at the top, of course, we also see author page. Now author page is author related information, and from here actually you can go ahead and start chatting, and these are the courses that's been uploaded by author. Definitely, of course, you have to buy the course first. To be able to buy the course, you need to go ahead and click on the go buy button, and over here it would pop up with a payment page. Now over here we can use our dummy email address to log in and make the payment. Now this payment has been done using Stripe, so you'd learn how to go ahead and use Stripe for payment. And in this case actually we are using Stripe web view payment, which would be integrated using backend REST API. So once you are done, you can see there it says that payment successful. Now if you try to buy it again, it will say you already purchased this course. So yeah, this is the checking we also do. And after that, if you come over here, actually you'd be able to see the course detail, like the related information. And inside this, and the awesome thing that we have covered is this video player, because if you are a course author, you are uploading course using video, and in the app itself we'd be able to play the videos, as you can see. And of course you could do left and right, but of course in our case we just use pretty much the same image. And over here, sorry, not image, video. Now of course over here we do see that there is a different video. so you'd be able to play videos, and which is very cool. So everything over here has been done using Riverpod. So eventually when you take this course, actually you'd master Riverpod. Now anyway, let's go to this author page over here, and inside this author page definitely you can view authors all the courses if you want, and then at the same time you'd be able to start chatting. Say for example, from here you can send messages, hello, how are you? All right, now over here we do see that we have this message that popped up immediately. Now of course this is the teacher. This teacher has uploaded the course over here, so that's why we are able to send message from here to the teacher. And as you can see, we also have over here this dot. That dot means that we have messages. Well, right now we see there is one messages, and good morning. So you can send more messages, and we'll able to see that the dot that changes immediately over here, it's 2. Now from here you can reply to your student or anyone if you want. So over here would say good morning. You'll see the messages popped up immediately, and of course we have a beautiful UI. So far so good. So that's how actually a teacher can answer or reply all the users or the students from their side. Of course, it looks like we have to go deep inside for buying the course, but so we have to go deep inside for doing the chat, but actually someone can also chat from here, like as you can see. So if I'm going to send messages from here, it'll pop up here as well. Questions to ask. So we'll see that it pops up over here, and then once we open it, we will see the message over here, and then you close it, the red dot's gone. So this is the beautiful thing about this section. Now over here, let's take a look at this search section. Now you can search something like visual, and we'll see that if we have courses related to that, that would show up here. Actually we could do a search. Not only that, we can go to a page from there. So that's how the search works. Now of course in our profile section we have these few sections. Basically we have covered over here the settings and the logout section. Now everything over here has been done using Riverpod. Now that was our user end, and this was our teacher's end. Now teacher's end over here actually is simple, not much thing to do. If the teacher wants, they can come over here and they would be able to change their profile information from this section. And not only that, teacher would be also able to change their images. So let's go ahead and access our gallery, and let's take a look. Now I'm going to select this image, and over here we do see that teacher images has been changed, and then you can definitely go ahead and save. Not only that, over here if you want, you can also actually go ahead and save this information as well. Over here we are Flutter coach. All right, so just let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it takes place immediately, the actions, and it's over here. Now of course this thing definitely is coming from backend, and how we know that, you can go ahead and simply sign out, and you'll see, and sign in now. And now let's come over here. We do see that whatever we have done before actually is pretty much saved over here. So all this information actually goes to the backend. Now backend actually we have covered using Laravel REST API. So step by step you learn how to build your own API, actually powerful API. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our backend. So this is our backend, and let's go ahead and log in. We just have logged in our backend. Now in the backend itself, we see that there is a menu, and well, this section is pretty much responsive. Now over here we would be able to see all the orders that been placed by our users from the front end, and we'll see the number of people in a sense that they have logged in our app. Now definitely this comes from over here as well. So if someone has logged in, so you'd be able to see the people they have logged in. Okay, all right, and then you'd be able to see your course category. Course category, actually you can create a new category from here, and once you create the new category, and then you'd be able to upload or create a course from here. Now course you can also set as recommended or not recommended. If you course is recommended, then it will pop up in the front end on the user side automatically on a special place where it says the course is recommended. And after that, you'd see over here that, and over here you'd be able to actually create a lesson for this course. So these are all connected. The idea is first you'll create a course category, then course, and then lesson. Each course will have many lessons. All right, not only that, actually from here you'd be able to separate your users. So as you can see, you can log in as admin. So this is actually super admin, and then if you want, you can also create separate teachers account. So this is from where you create teachers account, and pretty much everything we do on this backend, that would be, for example, if you want to create a new course type, you have to click over here, go ahead and create a new course and submit the button, and after that you will create a so if you want, you can go ahead and create a new course category. You have to click on this new button and submit the form, and after that you have to go ahead and create a new course related to the category if you want, just like this from here. And well, this form submission is a bit complex, and we have covered step by step everything over here. And then you'd be not only able to do that, you'd be able to create lessons, and each of the lessons that you'd create over here, actually you'd be able to upload the lesson name, thumbnail, and URL. Now of course the URL itself over here refers to a video, so you'd be able to upload local videos, and you'd be able to upload actually many of them at the same time. So that means that one course will have many videos or lessons, and then just go ahead and submit it. So it's the same for creating teachers. So if you want to create a new teacher, all you have to do, come over here and create a new role, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and look at the teachers panel. Now one of the teacher over here is the best tech, and we are going to log in as the best tech. So this is very different from our super admin panel, because as a teacher, all you'd be able to do, create a new course from here. You can do that, and after that you'd be able to create new course related information from here, because if you created a course, you need to upload the lesson. Now all this thing actually applies to the virtual products. So if you want to show or sell virtual products, or develop an app and backend that sells virtual products, more like an e-commerce app, then this is the perfect course for you. So go ahead and check that out, and if you have any questions, you can leave a comment below. Thank you. Okay, so this time we are going to work on this menu, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing is that, well, we know that this is a row, right? So let's put it here first, and then we'll separate it. So here first we'll have a container, and we're going to give it a width 325.w, right? And so this will have child, and then we'll have row like this. And what else? Well, let's see. So here we'll have children. Okay, and now let me go back to this one. All right, so inside this first one, we want a gesture detector, because this one would be clickable, which would be responsible for author page. All right, and over here, now one of the things that we want to do, well, definitely we want to show here child, and we want to show here text. Now text itself would be like, let's see if we have text 10. Do you have text 10 normal? So I want to have it as package. Is it imported as package? Let's see. Yes, I guess so. All right. Now inside this, we want to have the text itself. Here it says that author page. All right, let's save it. And this is what we see over here. Now definitely this needs decoration, and let's see whether we have the correct one or not. Okay, well, this is something that we see, a box decoration, and that looks like with the text field. No, we don't want this one. A box decoration with a radius. Most probably this might suit us. And box decoration and box shadow. Yeah, so there are a lot of them. Which one? Okay, so let's see. Well, we would need color to be changed. Okay, we can choose this one. And we also need radius to be changed. We need this one and border color. So border color. Okay, well, top left and top right. So this is not our option. This is something that we can't use. So, and not like this. So we're gonna go ahead with this box shadow. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And where we were, so for now we don't need this. Okay, right here. So decoration, and we're gonna call this one. Let's see, and let's go ahead and save it. Okay, well, looks like this is something that we wanted, but now we need to style this thing. Okay, because the current style looks like definitely it's not gonna work. So over here we're gonna do a padding. So let's see. Okay, and padding, we could do edge insets dot only or symmetric. So here we could do, say, horizontal. Let's go ahead with horizontal first. So horizontal, say 15.w, and vertical, say 5.h. Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right. And go ahead and use radius. And what else? We could do radius as 7. Let me check it. So whether radius is applied directly. Okay, right. Radius dot do w, I think is better. Okay, now let's come over here, not this one. Let me go ahead and close this. Okay, now let's just save it. So now it's much better. And for the color itself, we can also apply color from here. And here we do app colors dot primary element text, this one. Let's go ahead and do that. And good. And what else we need? It says that you need a const modifier. Yes, with this we are good. All right. And the box shadow, right? Now what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to convert it to a class actually. So I'm going to copy this first, and actually I don't need to copy that one, so I'm going to copy this one first, and then okay, right. So this is so far so good, but at the top I feel like we need a bit of spacing. So since we are inside this container, maybe we could do something with this. Let's go ahead and apply a bit of margin with this. Okay, container, so margin, and edge insets dot only top 10.h. So we are going to apply this one from the top. So it came down and beautiful. Okay, fine. So that's the first part, right? And what else? So that was for this. And then we also need something for our the other two icons that we are going to show. Now, if you see that those icons are actually together, right? This and this, this and this. So icon plus a number. So for this one, actually we could do reusable text widget. Okay. And how to do that? Now let's go ahead and do it over here. So first here we are going to use a container. Then let's go ahead and use child over here. Okay, and then we are going to do text. Well, instead of this, I think we can do actually another row inside this. Okay, because if you see here, these two things should be in a row, right? So it's a row inside a row. So now over here we can do a container, right? And then inside this, one of the thing is child, and then here we could do app image, this one, the second one. Okay, all right. Now app image itself, here we can just simply pass our image path. Now what is this image path that we want? Well, okay, let's go ahead and try this image path. So here we do image res dot well, I think even before that we need to import it. So let's go ahead and import, and then here, what do you want? So a user. Okay, all right, this is something we have. Okay, so there is this problem with this one over here right now. Now let's go and see. Okay, so we have this user actually, but this is not what we want. So I'm going to copy this one and put it here, and I'm going to call it people, and then also over here people. Okay, so this is a new one, and then if you come over here we do people. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and you see it changed immediately. All right, now here is this another problem with this one. I think we need to wrap it around a container, and if you did so, here you could do margin and then address only dot left. So out of the container, address only, and the left here you can apply 30.w. All right, let's go ahead and save this. So now we created a distance. All right, now let's come to this app image. Now here, yes, we have this app image, but as I said that we also want to convert them to a class. So here, can we convert it to a class? Yes, I think so. So let me go ahead and do st, and then over here we can say app image. All right, this one, and over here let's go ahead and copy this, and let's put it here, and return undefined image path. Okay, right, so these are the things that we need, right? So let me go ahead and copy this, and well, we can copy it from here actually, not with the brackets. Let me remove this, and remove this. Now we have to put comma with right after each of them so that the error would be gone. All right, okay, now the error is gone, but now here we also need them, right? So whatever I had copied early, so I'm going to put it back, but now of course it's going to give me this error over here. So I'm going to do this dot image, Now here I'm going to do this dot width, and I'm going to do here this dot like this. And what else? A const modifier, because okay, you cannot put non-final. So here, let's see if we could do final and final. Now the error is gone. Now we're gonna call this app image, this one from here. Okay, and it wants you to put a const modifier, and this is something that we wanted. Now what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to comment this out, and after that we'll get a bunch of errors. Okay, if you do hot reload, yes, so these are the places that we need to go ahead and change. Okay, all right, so here I could do app image, you get the idea why I'm doing that, so that we can put const modifier. And what's the benefit of putting const modifier? You optimize for compile time, which takes less memory, and as well as which also do less rebuild, which means avoid unnecessary rebuilds. Okay, I'm going to do hot reload one more time to know what other places I have I need to change. All right, and over here as well. Okay, so it should tell you the errors, and once again you can put const wherever necessary, and here as well. Okay, right, and put const. We have more places, looks like a lot of places. Okay, right. Now what if you don't pass this W, and you can right away put const modifier before that. Okay, and what else? Only this pages, and let's go ahead and do that. I think one more place over here. Okay, now let's see if we can remove that, and we can also put const modifier here, and let's do it. Cool. Now if you come over here inside this, eventually actually we are putting W. Okay, all right, so it's gonna be hopefully more optimized and use less resources. All right, so I'm going to shut down all of this. We don't need this. Widgets, we don't need this one either. Home widgets, image widgets, right? Now this is the time I can just simply go ahead and remove that. So I'm refactoring whenever possible. Most probably this one we can also refactor, but I don't want to touch it now. When we are going to use it next, we can do that. All right, so over here looks like, okay, it says that remove unnecessary this one, which means the image container. So let's go ahead and do that. And it wants us to use modifier, so let's go ahead and do it. All right, okay, so this is image, app image, but there is also a text part that we should do. Now over here I'm going to do text 11 normal. I'm going to use it as a package over here. And what I need to send over here, I need to send course follow. Okay, now here we could do text, and then I think we have data, right? Data dot, is it data? We are inside data. Yeah, well, if we are inside data, now here we could do follow. Do we have any follow item? Yes, looks like we do. We say it's not null, we say data is not null, and what else? Add a null checker. Actually we did that. So what is the issue? Null cannot be assigned to a string const, invalid const. Okay, let me remove that. Okay, what else? Add a null checker. We did. Okay. Let me go ahead and check with this. So here, right, the string is final, where it says that you cannot be null, right? It's final. It is not null, but now if we turn it to nullable, and here I say it's not null, and it should work right now. Let me go ahead and close this one. It's too many unnecessary of them. I don't need this as well. Image, course detail. Let's see. Remove that one. Oops, no. It still says that int cannot be. Okay, now to follow, so this is to string. All right, if you convert it to string, looks like the error is solved, right? Okay, now this may throw further errors. Let's go ahead and restart everything, make sure that we're doing it correctly. Okay, right. Okay, now this one looks like we don't have any data. Now that's fine. So here, this is where we can put something like this. Okay, and this is one way to go, but now it doesn't have any data over here, so that's the problem. Now if this is the problem, we can do a conditional check actually. Okay, and which we'll do a little later. Let's keep it like this. Okay, or I mean, if it doesn't look good visually, just put 0. I'm gonna make some changes later. It looks like it doesn't show up either. Now the reason is why, most probably also the color. So let me put it back what it was there, and we are going to do color. Okay, color, and app colors dot primary third element. Okay, now let's see if we can see that. Right, it's null. Don't worry, we're going to take care of that one. Okay, all right, so this is something that we have seen. Okay, null, and if I remove that, I'm doing it just to test whether 0 is there. Now, are they too close from the original design? Yes, they are close, so we can put it like this. But now with this, we have this reusable text. Okay, now before I go further, this is the time that actually I need to go ahead and well, we were here. This is my reusable text section. Okay, right. Now I'm going to separate them. Okay, so this was inside the column, this was image. Now here I'm going to cut this, and once again I'm going to say course detail image and the text. Looks like image text or icon text. I can say icon text. All right, now this doesn't exist, so that's why it's throwing us error. So here I could do a stateless class course detail icon text. All right, okay, now I'm going to put back what I just cut it from outside. Now of course it's gonna throw some errors. More actions, package. All right, color itself, more actions. Okay, and app image, more actions, this one, right, and more actions, this one. Okay, so most of the errors are gone. Now this is this problem. Now here we need to pass course item. Here we say final course item and data, and here we say required this data. Right, okay, now the error is gone from here. Now we need to pass data. You know, just let me be same everywhere. So here I'm going to send a course item as a course item. It's better because we are sticking to the same one. So let me copy this, remove it here, and remove it here. Cool. And do we need anything? Remove unnecessary string interpolation. Cool. Okay, right. Okay, cool. And what else? So this is we are saying if data is null sized box. Okay, so we'd never really pass null to it, right? We are never really passing null, because if we are data, which is actually course item over here, as you can see, this data, if it is null, we are showing the text itself, right? Okay, so this thing is not going to crash, that is true. But in our original condition, this follow could be nullable. So that's one thing that we need to check over here. Okay, so we could say if null, let's see, if it is null, then we're gonna show over here 0. Otherwise, here we're gonna show course item dot follow dot toString. Okay, all right, now let's check. You see this is 0, right? Okay, so this is fine right now. Okay, so what is the next step? So what we need to do, go ahead and copy this one, put it here. Now this section might be a little bit confusing, so you can always check the code for this one. Check the code and you should be good to go. All right, anyway, so now over here, this is something that we need to change here as well. Now I'm going to go to image res over here, and I guess I need a new one. Okay, so as usual, I'm going to copy this and put it here, and then I'm going to say star, and here star. Right, let's come over here, and I'm going to use star. This is fine, and then score and score. Okay, score, right? Okay, cool. Oh, sorry, it should be right? Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and save it. And beautiful, so this is done actually. If you want, you can also further detach them, but now this requires a lot of checking and passing dynamic data, which becomes more complicated, and I feel like this is not necessary. Okay, cool. So now of course we took out the logic from here, so this is so far still a bit clean than earlier sections. Now this sections has been a lot of changes with the code. Definitely go ahead and check that out from the link below, resources section, so from the resources section, download and compare with your own. Next we do course description and related stuff. So now we can see this, no problem. The next thing we want to do is actually showing the description over here, like this one, in this text over here. That's what we want to do. So let's go ahead and work on this. Now I think we were in course detail over here, so here we need to continue. So we can say course detail description, course item data, like this. Okay, description, this doesn't exist. So right after this, we are going to create another class over here. So let's go ahead and do that. Now I'm not commenting any of this over here because it's a self-explanatory that what happens over here, description. Okay, sorry, I don't need to do it like this. I think I can just go ahead and do st less this one, course detail description, right? Okay, cool. And inside this, what do you want? So definitely first we want a column inside this, which could help us, because with the column we can put the title tag and the description together, right? Okay, so now over here, let's see if we have text 16. do we have anything like that? Let me go ahead and work on this. And even before that, oops, okay, let's do it step by step. So we need to grab this object. So let's go ahead and do that. Here, final course item, and here we call it course item. Let's go ahead and grab it. Required this dot course item. The arrow should be gone here as well, right? Okay, cool. Now I want to be here, and let's see the widget and the text widget. Now we need something that has 16. We have, I don't remember whether we, oh yes, we have 16. So we can go ahead and use this one. We'll see that if this is something that we can use over here. And here we can say course description, and here it should be text. All right, let's save it. Yeah, there we go, and this is what we see over here. All right, so we don't have any problem with this one, course description, right? Okay, now I do think we may need to change the color. So here we do color and app colors dot primary text. This one. Go ahead and save it. Okay, it worked. And then over here, main axis alignment or cross-axis alignment, actually cross-axis alignment dot start. So we want to start from the beginning, but looks like it didn't take effect, and we are okay with that one if it did not. Okay, so here you see we have this text align, which is already in center. So now here we could do final text align line gn and text align. Okay, but this could be nullable. Okay, and here let's go ahead and grab it. This is the text align equal text align dot center. This is the default value. Now, do we need this? I think we also don't need this. Don't need this, right? So here text align dot start. Hopefully with this we'll be able to go ahead and do it in the start. Do the const modifier. It says remove. No, we don't need to remove this. Let me go ahead and do it like this. Okay. Well, even after that, looks like it didn't take any effect over here. So let's do cross-axis alignment dot start. Hopefully it should work. Yes, it is working. But now it made our layout ugly, right? Now to get rid of this, we can actually wrap it around padding widget. And here we could do, well, for now only left, say 25.w, right, 25.w. Hopefully it should help us to get better. And let's go ahead and import the package. Okay, right. Now it is getting better, but now it has messed up with this one, which is this one had this. So what we could do, grab this and we can just return it. We don't need that one. Beautiful. Okay, cool. Now it is so far so good. Now let's come over here. Let's go there, this one. Now here at the top we can also apply margin and insets dot only top 15.h, and it should help us to bring it down, which did. Sorry, I'm not sure why it moved. Okay, right, course description. Now this guy is in bold, right? And let me check on this. So this is normal, so font weight definitely we can pass as well.
font weight dot bold. And okay, now we are talking, and which is beautiful. Okay, so that's the first part has been done. Okay, text normal 16, and after that we need another container which could help us. What is the issue over here? Constant might throw an error. Is it that it wants us to remove this and it wants us to put const here, and we're okay with that one. Okay, right, now inside this over here we want to show our text. Now once again, what are you gonna use? Let's see if we can use text child over here. Text 11, do we have 11? Yes, we have. Text description, I'm gonna put whatever is there for now as it is, and color, app colors dot primary third element text, this one. All right, so let me reformat the code. All right, let's save it. Okay, here we do see description. Right now it's pretty hard coded and we are fine with that. And let me check the font weight is normal, which we need, text 11, which we are fine, alignment is fine, so we don't need to change anything at all there. Now this is the part that we need to work on. Now here we do have a course item, and from there we need the description. Okay, so now here we're gonna check this one, course, what is it, course item dot description. If this is null, and say no description found. All right, otherwise over here course item dot description. All right, and what else? So convert, if this is null, can I convert this? Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, so this is something that we have over here, and now this is too little, right? So let's go to our backend and course detail. Or course, even in fact, we can also remove this. We don't want to show it like this. Course item dot name. So here no name found. Okay, and constructor null cannot be assigned. Oh, right. Over here this says, okay, right, null. And here not null. And let's see if we can work on this now. And most probably we cannot convert it to, no, we cannot actually. So what are you going to do over here? You're going to go back to the earlier state, and then over here I'm going to use it like this. Course item dot name. If it is null, then we say no name found. Otherwise course item dot name. And invalid const, so we need to remove the const from there. All right, okay, right, I think this makes more sense right now, right? So this is the Flutter course detail, marketing solutions. Okay, now we're gonna go back to backend and add more for this. Beautiful. So our app is looking great, much better.
Okay, so next step should be creating this one and this things step by step, right? So that's what we want to do. Okay, but currently we don't have, currently we are up to here. Okay, now let's go and come over here. Here we could do course detail go by button like this. And this doesn't exist, so here we are going to go ahead and create one. Let me go ahead and copy the name first. So here let's go ahead and create a class st. This one, the name is there. Cool. Now the button itself, I think we have already built reusable buttons before. It should be button widgets, most probably here. Okay, let me see. I think this is the button that we are talking about. Now here I can just simply go ahead and copy a button, and we're gonna see that how it works. And let's go ahead and import it. All right, let's save it. Okay, right, so it's already there, and you can also pass text to it, I guess, because the button need button name actually. So we called it button name. Here we can say go by. Let's save it. Okay, perfect. So this is something that we wanted to have. And well, let's come over here. Like as usual right now, while we are doing converting everything to stateful class, stateless class, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Stateless, and here we can say app button. So we are going to do the same over here, app button, and just the name is different. Okay, cool. And we are going to take this one out from here. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, and what else? Now, of course, there's the parameters that we need. We need in two places. One is here. So let me go ahead and quickly remove that. And here. All right, and here, right. And after that, I think we can always put them here, and some of them already have default values, and that's fine. And most probably it's asking you to put const if possible, final, and that's what we'll do over here. Final. Well, I feel like Dart is a beautiful language, so you should learn that well if you want to master Flutter. But of course, this is something that you don't want to learn. Add final field parameters. Didn't we just do that? Is there missing anything? Let me see. Required. So these are all required, and this is in the constructor, right? Okay, I know, sorry. So here it should be, remove that. Constructor need this. Also remove this one. Then Dart is a language that's been designed based on many languages, so it keeps all the beautiful features of other languages. Definitely Dart has more similarities with C#, Java, PHP, and it's beautiful. And what else? Let's see. Func. So here we are also missing func. This dot func, and equal func. Now removing this should work because this is optional anyway. I mean, we say it could be nullable, so you're not passing anything to it, and that should work. All right. Okay, cool. So now as we are done, we can come over here and we can invoke this as well. And this is the beautiful thing. It wants you to put const here. Wonderful. Now, this is something that we can remove. And once again, let's find the places that we need to use it. And beautiful, it already showed this places that you need this. So here we do app. Okay, and here the same app. And what else? Let's see, view sign in, sign up, here app. Okay, cool. I guess that should be it though. Let's restart. The errors are gone. All right. Okay, cool. This is go by button. All right, now if we do come over here, course detail. Okay, let me close this one. Now there should be a bit of spacing at the top, right? So what I could do, I can wrap this around another padding widget actually. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, we don't want to do actually padding. We want to do container, because the padding would be applied inside this button, but we want white space outside of this button. So that's why we need a container. In that case, we need margin actually. Hopefully you understand that why we do that. Margin as insets dot only and the top 20.h. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so this is beautiful, and this is what all we wanted. All right, so fine. And remember, the code is always given. Code is always given everywhere. So go ahead and take that if you are confused. So here we don't need to pass actually anything. Well, at least for now. In future, we would pass a function to it, because as you see over here, this one, it takes a function, but the function has to come from here. But we are not ready yet because we don't have the endpoint for this yet. Okay, all right, beautiful. Okay, so what is the next step? The next step is showing this one over here. Okay, cool. Now I think this should be, well, we already have a course detail. Now over here, this is something that we can just go ahead and copy. For now, we can copy this. Let's close this, and over here we can create a class, a stateless class. Stateless. Here we can say course detail includes. Okay, like this one. All right, and then over here, now the thing is that how to do this thing. Okay, yeah, we can do it separately. This way we'll have better scrolling. So here, just to go ahead and put this one, and here we don't need this. We can say course includes. Okay, this one, and fine. Looks like we do have this primary text. All right, and with this, I think if you see, it's 16, but in this case we might not need 16. That's the thing. we might even work with 14, text normal 14. Okay, so I'm going to call this one, and I'm not sure that we can directly replace this. It'll throw an error. Okay, so here font size we are not passing, and that's fine. Text align we don't care for now. So let me remove this. Okay, and here const, I'm going to copy this one and put it here. Course includes. All right, is it the name? Let me check. A course detail includes, actually. I think I have. Okay, right. Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so this is course includes. But now here's this problem. If we come over here, looks like the font is bold. This font is normal, but we want bold. So here we could do final and font weight and color. Okay, and over here, the first thing you want to change is this one. This dot, sorry, it's not color, it should be font. Font weight and font weight. In fact, we can make it optional. We always don't need that. So here we can give it font weight. Let's see, font weight dot normal, the default value, which is this one. So we can just simply go ahead and remove that. Font weight, right? So it'll not throw any error anywhere. So here font weight dot bold. Now this should help. Okay, now they're similar, just boneless is different. Now once again the spacing, so wrap this around the container, and simply copy this one from here, and it should work. Okay, right. Okay, beautiful. So that's our course detail, course includes. All right, so with this we're also done. So the next section should be these things, but I think this one. Okay, but what we could do, actually, all of these things we can put inside actually one container, because I forgot that these are this belong to actually one section. So I don't have to do it separately. Well, that's fine. We can just extend on that. It doesn't matter. We can always extend on this. Instead of a container, maybe we can directly do a column, and then inside the column, this would be the first child, and these are the other things, right? Okay. So far, here is this thing. So wrap this around, or let's cut this. Here you do column, that's fine. Column children. Okay, this is the first one, and for now let's put a const. Well, nothing changes. I mean, in terms of visualization, nothing changes. All right, so it's fine. So the next station should be showing this items over here, right? Okay, now let's come over here. Look at this. So these things, we have this icons, right? And if you do come over here, we also have this icons. Okay, so this is something could be globally reusable widgets rather than the belong to a certain section. Sorry. So if you come over here, if you see, all right, okay, so the only thing that would change the size. You see some of the sizes are big, so here it's a little small, but if you do come over here, you see they're a little big. Okay, so these are things that we wanted to make globally. So next section should be working on them. Okay, so this is something that we want now. All right, so how to do that? Well, over here we can put a container actually. Well, let's go ahead and do that. And inside the container, well, we need to have a row. The reason is because this is definitely in a row, right? And it looks like we need to remove const from here. Okay, so these are in a row, so that's why first inside this container we have to do a child, and child would use row. All right, now in general I put container first, maybe because we need margin, so that's why. But if we don't need that, we can always remove that. Okay, all right, so inside this we'll have another container. Oops, before that we need to have children, right? So here we'll have container. All right, now inside this we're going to have okay, our image, right? Okay, now here this is the child, and child definitely we can use app image, this one. All right, okay, and what else? Let's see, let's come over here. This is our app, and if we come over here, right now we don't see anything, but we were supposed to see something. Let's say, oh right, so that's our default image, but this is something not that we want. Okay, so we want to define our own image. So here, that's why we'll go to image res, this one over here, and inside this we are going to define our own image. Okay, all right, so here we'd say, well, I think we can just copy any of this, and so that we could be quick. So here we'll say video, and over here image base. Okay, right, here would say video detail. Okay, all right, now I'm going to copy this one more time and put it here and here. All right, so let me be same as the name, otherwise we might have issues in future, in a sense, because we might have duplicate files. So that's why we'll have this, and here we'll have download detail. Okay, so here we'll have file detail. Now these are always in our resource folder, so you can go ahead and check that. Okay, so here we'll have download. All right, now it looks like it doesn't want a name like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to video detail, file detail. Otherwise it'll give you this yellow warning, but we can ignore that if you want. Okay, now these are already named like this, so I don't want to change this. But if you ever want to change, you have to stop the app and restart everything, otherwise it's not going to work. Anyway, so now over here we are going to use our image res resources. So image res, this one, image res, and let's see. Okay, looks like it needs okay, we don't want anything here actually. Okay, sorry, so we don't want anything here, so we want to add over here. I think that should be our image path. All right, and now we can import that, otherwise it's going to throw an error. I think we already did that. So anyway, so video detail, this one, and with this the error should be gone, and we are supposed to see a new one. Beautiful. Now after that, over here we can always assign width and height, so they're a little bigger this time. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do const modifier. All right, now let's save it
Okay, beautiful. So this is what we wanted to see. All right, so since we are inside this row over here, the first one is this child, and then we need to show the related text to it. And how to do that? Well, over here, once again, I'm going to do a container and a child, and then here we do our text. And the text itself, we want to use text 11, the first one, and then over here we want to pass, what is it? Okay, do we have the data? Now the course detail, it doesn't have any data, so that's the problem. So now let's go ahead and put course item and item data. Let's go ahead and pass them, and it's gonna throw an error right away. So over here we're gonna grab them, final course item data. All right, and over here this dot data, I think. What is it before? Let me see. Well, I think we called it course item, sorry. So course item and course item. Okay, right. And what else? Does it need required? Okay, let's put it required. Okay, right. And inside this over here, the first one is gonna put course. I think that should be text, right? And then over here, course item dot we want to say video length, this one. Okay, and then we set to string. All right, and let's go ahead and save it. Hopefully we would see something here, and looks like we have an issue. Not sure where it is coming from. We can't assign this to a const, right? So that's why we're having this issue. And let's save it. Okay, cool. And we still don't see anything. All right, and okay, so let's see if we have a color issue. So here we're gonna do color. Okay, and here we do app colors dot primary secondary element text, primary secondary element text, this one. Okay, all right, so we do have null, right? Okay, so we're not getting anything from the backend, at least for this one. I'm not sure that I was assigning value to it. So let me go ahead and check it. Right over here, code, user token, images, thumbnail, price, and over here video length. So looks like we might have a type mismatch over here. So it's a video length, and over here we are trying to have video length. So that could be a type mismatch. Let's check it out. Check our backend course. So backend code actually over here. Okay, this is the correct one. Server response is correct. Now the problem is the course item itself looks like it has a different name, so that's why it is being null over here. Okay, now I can just change it over here, length, and now let's restart. It should be good. There shouldn't be any null anymore, and it looks like, okay, well, we need to work it like this. Okay, right, now it does make sense. Okay, beautiful. So it was the type mismatching. So sometimes if you have type mismatching, it's not gonna work. All right, okay, cool. But now what if you do really have something like null? So you need to check it over here. Okay, so here course item dot video length, this one, if it is null, then we use 0. and otherwise we use whatever it is. Okay, all right. But now over here, this is something that actually we want to put inside like this. Okay, let's put it like this: hours video. So here we can say 0 hours video, and then of course over here we know that we have certain amount, but now we want to connect this one as a string, so that's why we need this operator. And but if we put it inside this double quotation, we don't need to convert it to string. It should work automatically. This video. All right. Okay. Now let's go ahead and check that, and it's looking much better. Let's reformat the code. Okay. Well, hopefully you understand that if it is null, we just directly say 0 hours of video. Otherwise, whatever the video it is there, we put them together. So it is a string right now, or it would convert this one to string automatically, and we have a string here. Okay, cool. And what else? So over here we want to apply a bit of margin. So let's go ahead and do that, and add insets over here dot only. Now here we can just do left, say 10. Yes, my computer is a bit slow, not sure why. Okay, right. Okay, cool. And over here we don't know that we can actually work on the alignment. Let's see if we can. Alignment, and yes, this one. And here we do alignment dot center, trying to put it in the center, the image. I'm not sure that it's already in the center, but anyway, put it like this way we are even more sure that this is something we want. Okay, right. Okay, so now we need to repeat this for 3 of this, but I don't see the point of doing that. So now here we can put this one, actually this one inside a method or a class actually. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so well, I said previously that we're gonna keep it as global, but for now I'm still not going to do that, because keeping it global will arise a lot of problems, especially the data type itself. Okay, because in different places you may pass a different data type like this one. So you cannot really make it global unless we work with very generic type, which we'll cover later in this tutorial, not at least now, because this is getting complicated. A lot of things are happening here. Anyway, let's see if we can put a const modifier. Okay, right. And it says, okay, let's remove, then remove. All right. Now this one we want to put inside another class. Okay. Now here I would say stateless class, and then here it's a course info, like that. Now over here we want few of the things to be passed down to it, like the image path, and as well as one of this information. This information we can pass as integer for now, or even string. I think that's fine. So we're gonna pass video length, and over here we are also going to pass this image, or image path actually. So those are the 2 things we want to do. Now here we could say that final, and here we'll have string image path. All right, and final, and string, it could be nullable, and here also length. Okay, length, like that. And then over here we'd have required this dot image path, and then this dot length. Now length could be nullable. Okay, all right. Now if we are so, now let me go ahead and remove this over here, or first go ahead and copy this, put it here, and definitely it's going to throw some errors, so let's fix that. Over here you just say image path, whatever is being passed down from there, that one, most probably need to remove const and like this. Okay, fine. And over here this one, so we can just simply say length if length is null. Okay, and then over here inside this we can just replace this. Now I know this may sound complicated, but this is just to optimize your code. Unless you could keep writing them, you have to repeat. Okay, all right. But anyway, if you have questions, you can always ask me. I'll try my best to explain. All right, okay. So it's variables after variables. Anyway, so now over here, let's see if we can say course info. All right, okay. Now definitely it's gonna throw errors. So one of the arguments is record is image path. Image well, image path, I think we have to pass it directly. So what it is, over here earlier we have sent this one, image path video thumbnail. Okay, so let's go ahead and pass it. Even if we don't pass it like this, it is a string, so it's gonna work. It is gonna work. Or what is the issue? Let me see. Oh, right here, this one as well. Okay, and what else? Create a class course info. Okay, I have a typo. Let me fix that as course info. And what else? Also, it needs this one. Okay, it's confusing. Sometimes even I forgot about required, non-required parameters. Yeah, this is required. And of course, it wants you to mention the name itself. Over here, image path as itself. Right. Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay. So we didn't pass any length over here. So that's why it's putting it as 0. Now we can remove that. That was just a test. Okay. Now we can pass the length from here, and video well, it's coming from course data. I think course item actually, and video length, this one. All right, and what else over here? Okay, we need to convert it to string. Does that accept string there? Right. Okay, cool. All right, now we can just copy it another 2 times and we are good to go. And that saved us a lot of time. Sorry. Copy, and I'm gonna put it here. All right, now here we want to say file detail, download detail. All right, so let's save that. We'll see that they showed up beautiful. And then over here, of course, course item to file. Looks like we don't have anything about it. Oh, let me see. Download. Do we have down number? We have this one. All right, and file. It looks like we don't have anything for file, but we can use lesson now actually for this one. Okay, let's save it. Beautiful. So now they're looking great, but this time the problem is they are too close to each other, so we need to create some distance. Now to create distance, actually we could be over here as well, and we can always do like margin and edge sets dot only, and we could do bottom and say 16 dot h. Let's go ahead with that. So it did create one of these things, but looks like now it has a problem with this alignment. Let's see if we can fix it with cross-axis alignment, alignment dot center, whether it works or not. Nope. So this is something that causing the problem. There are other ways to solve this. Let me save it, which I don't want to do. Like we can also put it here actually, not like this actually. So here we could replace this with sized box. Okay, so let me remove that sized box. Maybe this is a better approach. Sized box height 16. This way your widget becomes very neutral. You don't have to change widget much. Widget could be complicated. All right, so this works as well. Okay, and I think between this thing over here, it should be on the left as well. So let's do cross-axis alignment, which would be horizontal alignment. So here cross dot start. Let's see how it goes. Beautiful. And then you also want to have some spacing. So I think over here course and close right after this. Let's save it. Okay, and you could be a little bit closer to this. I think that's fine. Okay, so now there are other issues that right now we see is this one. So it's not always hours of video, right? It could be files to download, number of videos, the length. Of course, we see there is a null issue. We're going to solve them. So let us change this one. So that means that we also need to pass a string to it. Okay. All right. So here, final string. Final string. It could be null actually. It wouldn't hurt so much. And what are you going to call this thing? Okay. Info text. I cannot find a better name, so I'm going to go ahead with info text for now, and then over here this dot info text. So now we're going to do this thing info text and then info text, right? So it's variables after variables. That's why it's complicated, and this is the other reason why I didn't make it global, because if you make it global widget, you have to take care of so many things, and it ends up as complicated stuff. Now the purpose is not to make things complicated. The purpose is to make things reusable and easy. Okay, now we are also learning over here, so I could go ahead and make it easy to use, but the coding would be difficult. So for a learning purpose, I'm not going to do it too complicated. Okay, all right, because otherwise you'd be tired to track down from here to here, and then you also go back to different places. Looks like it didn't work. We're clicking. All right, here, and then come here, and then we also have this app image, a lot of reusable things, right? It's gonna create overcomplications, so let's avoid that. Anyway, so now if it is nullable, let's give it default value as well, because null doesn't really look good. Okay, so over here we could assign a default value. Number. Okay, just give it. All right, 10 number or 10 items, maybe, because it is pretty dynamic, right? If you don't assign anything. Okay, 20 item, 10 items. All right, so this is good. All right, and so when you call this one, so over here you could say info text equal hours video, right? Over here this one is info text number of files. Okay, info text number of items to download. All right, so now let's hit it. You will see that it all became dynamic. All right, now we have this problem with the last one, download detail, right? Download detail, this one. Of course, this is not the problem with the image. It's the problem that there is no value for download number. The number is being, well, it's coming from here. Let's check it. So we do have download num, And let's check our response from the backend. Okay, so over here, obviously we don't see anything that that is downloadable. Okay, so that means our REST API also doesn't have over here. That also means that in our database field we don't have this thing. Okay, now that's a few work that we can do. Maybe we'll do that, but for now let's set up things correctly over here, like this section. Okay, if it is length equal null, which was over here, actually this one, and which is for this one, right? Okay, so this is the problem. Was supposed to take that, but it did not. Okay, so let's see what's happening over here. Well, we are passing this length. Now this is coming from here, right? So let me go ahead and reformat the code so that we understand. I think this reformatting is better. So this is causing the issue, right? So this is being null over here, and that's what we see. Everything else is fine. And we also confirm that actually this is something this coming from course item, and the course item is here. And the download num, actually we are not passing anything. I mean, we are not getting anything from the server. So when we get a response from the server, so download num, this one, this field doesn't exist, so it auto becomes null, right? So this is nullable. We said it at the top that this is nullable. This could be null since we don't have any kind of server response for it. I mean, there is no field in the server for this. For now, at least we don't have. So it becomes nullable. Okay, so far so good. But now what happens over here? Well, over here, when we are calling this class course info, now we are converting it to a string. So this is null, and we are converting it to a string. So now this null becomes null string. But what is that? So in fact, null and null strings are different thing. Okay, once again, the course info, this class, we are calling that, and we are passing a null string to this length over here. Okay, this one. So null and null strings are different, and how do we know that, and how do we confirm? Now, one of the things that we could do over here, we can compare the hash code. So here, each object has an hash code. Hash code is a reference to an object in the memory with integer value. If two objects, their hash code, they are same, it means the same object. If the hash code is different, they are different. Now I'm going to check hash code. So each object in Dart, you can always invoke hash code, even for null. Okay, all right. Now I have invoked the hash code. Now we are checking if the hash code are same, then we put 0. If the hash code are different, then we put this text information with the length itself, right? Once again, if the hash code they are same, we put 0 and text info. If the hash code are different, then we are putting over here the length itself, the text code. So let's go ahead and restart everything, and we'll see that how it goes. Now I'm gonna give a detail one over here. Okay, all right, but of course nothing is here, but we understand that, you see, the hash code for this null and this, they're still different. Since they're different, it's being used over here. Remember, this null right now, this length, this one right now is a null string. Okay, so the hash code of null string and null, they're different. So that's why we don't fall back to this condition, we fall back to this condition over here, length. Okay, now this might not be obvious yet, so let me give you further better information over here. So here we can just simply go ahead and print. Okay, over here we'll check this one. I can say hash code values are, so here we're gonna check the hash code for null object, and as well as for null dot hash code. All right, so hash code for length is r for length. So this is the length object. All right, now let's hot reload, and I think we have a bit of issue, so let's go ahead and put it over here. Let's do that. All right, so here you see that the hash code for the first length is this one. Okay, hash code for the second length is this, the second one, which means this one. And because remember, we have 3 objects are coming, so each of them, they have a different length and different hash code. All right, but if it's a null object, we just print it. If it's just a null object, the hash code is the same, 2011, right? But now, well, this length, the last one, we thought that would be null, but looks like the hash code for this one, which is being printed over here, and which is this one and this one, they're completely different. Okay, so which means that this one is different than this one, the hash code. So which means that they're different objects in the memory. Okay, in fact, we can do even further check if you don't really understand what's going on over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so here we could do like this. So we can check if here length dot hash code equal null dot hash code. Okay, all right, also do print not same object. Okay, all right, so else we're gonna print same object. All right, let's do it. And here we see every time we are printing sorry, I think I did the wrong one. It's if they're same, then they're the same object. If hash code they don't match, they are not same object. Sorry about that one. So here every time we are printing, they are not same object. So what we learned, so if you already have a null value, which is this one, and you convert it to string, that becomes null string rather than not null. Okay, so this is something we learned. So null string and null, they're different object, and we already printed their value over here, and we also tried to compare. Okay, so null and a null string, they have different hash code, which means they're different objects. Okay, and this is what is happening over here. Okay, since null string is not null, so that we understand that null string is not null. Okay, they're different thing. Null string is an object which is different from null. So when we compare over here, sorry, it should be this one. When we compare over here for the third one, we fall back to this condition. Okay, but we are expecting this one, which didn't happen. Now how to work with this? All right, so the idea is, the solution is, don't convert it to null. Don't convert it to string. Whatever it is there, keep it there as it is. We don't convert. Let's not convert. Okay, now of course it throws error, but these are coming as a string, as int from the server. So here I can take it as int. Okay, all right, this error is gone. All right, okay, because we know that the course, this object over here, this course item, if you go ahead and check over here, so these values are all int. So first thing, we can take all of them as int. Now it could be int or null. Okay, so when it hits over here, right now currently it's either int or null. Okay, one of these values it has to be. If the server has value, that is int. If server doesn't have anything giving us, which means the field doesn't exist, then it is null. Okay, now over here we are already saying, hey, it could be nullable. Okay, it is fine. Now we're going to check over here. So we'll really, because we are not touching, we are not changing anything at this moment. Okay, if in the server we return null, we are printing as null, and we'll check the hash code. If in the server has value, of course they are not null, so their hash code is different. So let's go ahead and hot reload. I hope you understand. I'm not trying to overcomplicate these things over here. Okay, now over here you see it says the same object. For the third one, once again, the third one has the same hash code, okay? Because we didn't convert anything, so whatever is coming from the database is being saved in our memory, and then it is saved as null. Okay, so over here we are printing that. So the first two we say the objects are different, and the last one the object is same. Okay, because we didn't interrupt, we didn't do anything. The only check we did, because we don't want to crash our app over here, we check if the last one is, or if the length is null. If it is null, zero show. Okay, zero number of items. If it is not null, then do something different. Okay, so that's the basic thing about hash code, null and null string. So we learned that if you have object that is null, could be different than null string. And now my suggestion is, if you have null object, don't convert it to string, keep it as it is. Just before using it, check whether it's null or not. If it is null, give it a fallback value, so which is this one. If it is not null, use whatever it is. Okay, anyway, so I'm going to erase this. Hopefully this is a great understanding of Dart and how it works. Okay, after this your Dart knowledge should be more solid. So if you see null values, cranky values, always go ahead and check the hash object. Now our focus is doing this section. So here we'll have a lesson and a lesson thumbnail, lesson title, and a bit of description and arrow. And of course you'd be able to go back, click on this play and see more item about the certain course. So these are the lessons like each course has. So once again, this would be our course detail, and each course may have a lot of lessons. So some of the lessons would be displayed over here first, and then you can come over here and start to play. Okay, this is the one. But for now, whatever we are going to do is a little static, because we don't have the backend ready for this. And so far we just have worked on this course detail section, but not this one. So first we'll work on the static UI of this page. We'll not go to second page, we'll do that later once we are done with this UI. And then we'll come back and continue, sorry, once we are done with the API, right? Then we'll do that. Anyway, so for now I'm going to go ahead and create a class, and I'm gonna call it st stateless, and here I'm gonna say lesson info. But in future we might move it to global widget. We'll see that. Okay, right. So over here we're gonna do width, and 325. This is the basic width we are using everywhere. Height is 80.h. All right. Now this one, most probably I'm going to go ahead and call it from here lesson info. All right. Okay, for now we can put a const, but it would be meaningless anyway. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, and so remember we're gonna have this one and this. So let's go back to our app over here. All right, nothing is there visible yet, so that's fine. And okay, so definitely this is going to be something like you're gonna show this child over here, right? Child, and then we'll have a column, and then inside this we'll have children, and the first thing you want to do is show this name, right? I think we already have a basic widget for that one. Okay, the widget name is course includes, so most probably this is the one that we are going to use. Okay, course thumbnail, course icon, course description, course go by, course detail includes this one, and inside this we have this text widget. Okay, this one. So we're just gonna copy this one, and I think we can directly put it here. Okay, let's save it. Okay, but we don't want to say this one. We say lesson list like that. Okay, and since we insert the column, we can do cross-axis align. Yeah, that should be cross-axis alignment because we are going to do it horizontally. Cross-axis alignment dot start. Let's do that. Okay, beautiful. And I think we could also do with a margin over here. Margin. Okay, so the margin could be like agencies only, agencies dot only, and the top say 20. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, right. Add a const modifier. Most probably we also need a const over here, but actually I think that'll throw an error very quickly, so let me put it here. All right, okay. All right, so that's it. And then over here we're gonna have another container. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. This container would be actually responsible for showing this thing over here. Okay, yeah, that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, but I think we might need to change this design. Let me come over here. Okay, so let me do it like this. We have this, right? Let me see how we did it early. Okay, dokie. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm not going to have it here because this is gonna cause problem, I know. So let me come over here. All right, so I'm gonna put it here actually. So this is the one that actually want to give it width and height, not including this one because this would stay out of this container. All right, so you'd understand once I work more on this. Okay. All right, so now over here we can do decoration, and I think we have a box shadow. I think, is it that one? A box shadow. All right, let's go ahead and save it and see how it goes. And okay, it did look like this. Okay, cool. So what do we have here? We can look like we can assign a color to it, and we can also do border radius, which we need, and everything else actually most likely we're gonna reset. Okay, dokie. So well, let's continue to work on this. I think we can close this one. We also don't need this. Okay, right. So let's go ahead and continue. So now over here, first thing I could send is something called a color, and here we're gonna send color dot RGB from RGB. Oh, the first one. And let's see. So here we'll have 255, 255, 255, and 1. All right, so that's the first one. Okay, I'm going to apply, and I think most probably we also need radius over here. You have radius. I'm going to put 10 actually this time, not so much of this radius, and we have a change, and beautiful. This is what actually we wanted, and it looks like the only ugly thing over here is this one, sized box height, say the 20. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. All right. Okay, cool. So now this we already have ready because of this one. What else? Most probably we can also send what is this, SR, spread radius, which is 2, and which is a little bit different than the original one. BR, this one, which is 3. Okay, so we'll keep it as it is. So I think with this, let me cut this and save it. So it's not that obvious. If you put it back, it's a little bit more obvious, as you can see from the screen. And beautiful. Well, that saved us a lot of time. And most probably we also need to put a const modifier here. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, we did that. Beautiful. Okay, right. And what is the rest of the thing? Now the rest of the thing could be like not inside this though. Right after this we can have child over here, because definitely we need a child. Now this child definitely would be clickable, so we're gonna first have inkwell over here, inkwell, and then here we could do like this on tap event, but this on tap event is empty for now. But in future, definitely we're gonna click on this, right? So that's why we did on tap event. Now here we're gonna have this row widget, okay, row widget. Now we'll have inside this, we'll have children. One more time, we're going to have this row. The reason is because this one and this one and this one. So we have this row, okay? So that's why we have this. Everything is in a row layout format. All right, okay, and well, the way I'm going to put it, so I'm going to have another row. Inside that row, I'm going to put this two together and then this one, okay? Or most probably we could also do expand widget. Let me check on that a little bit. So here, I might have text over, say text normal. Okay, so here we say hi. And here, okay, we can say text, right? Text. All right. There's our text widget. Hi, hi, hi. Let's go ahead and save it. And do we see that? Oh, most probably we don't see that. The reason, just pass a color to it. So they have the same color. So colors.red. Remember, we are just doing a test over here, and that's fine. So I'm gonna copy this and put it here, and copy this and put it here. All right, cool. And we see that. Now, right after the second one, I want to use something called expanded child, and then it needs container. You have to put something, otherwise we'll get error, and we'll see that whether it works or not. Yes, we can push things to the far end, so one row is enough. Why I did like this, because I was previously thinking that putting one row here and then the other row, but this expanded widget is also working. All right, beautiful. Now, okay, so since we are here, now you see that they're too close to each other, I mean on the border, right? This high and this one. So definitely we could do a little better about that. And so this is where the horizontal alignment comes in a sense that actually padding, there has to be a padding widget. So let's go ahead and apply padding to it. How do you do that? So padding and aginsets dot symmetric horizontal dot 10.w. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, beautiful. So this is what we wanted. All right. Now the first item we want to show inside this is an image. Okay, so over here we have this. What do we have? Well, we could do a container instead of a text actually, because we want to show an image. And then over here we could do height and say 60.h and width 60.h w. And then over here we could do decoration, and we have app box. What's that one? Now I'm going to go there and look it up. Let's go ahead and do that. So now here we cannot fit any image, nor that here we could do any image, not really, nor that here we could do any image. The only image we could do is over here. Okay, so and it needs actually network image, and which we don't have for now. So but I'm still gonna try to use this anyway. Let's copy this. The reason I came here because I forgot this name. But if we do that one more time, I'm sorry. So let's go ahead and check. What does it return? Oh no, it returns a container itself actually. Now if it does so, oh yes, we can be good. What I mean by that, we even don't need to put anything like this. We don't need a container like this. We can just directly call this one. All right, okay. And now it's gonna crash because there is no image for it, I think. Looks like it didn't crash. Oh yes, it did over here. Because you have to pass a network image for this, but we don't have. But in future, we're gonna grab the network image, right? But here we could do like this. Let's see what we have so far. Whether we can access something from our server. So let's see, image path over here, and I'm going to call like this app const dot image uploads, this one. Now let's click on this uploads, right? So I believe inside our uploads folder there is a default image, right? So not sure that we can do that, so let's go ahead and do it. So here we'll have default.png. Let's save it. Yeah, it showed up. But this is a weird image. This is not supposed to be here, right? Because that's more like the profile image. But you get the idea, okay? Because as I said that we are going to go ahead and change it once we have this API. This would be something that we would be reading from our API. But we didn't need to rebuild the widget. It saved us time. That's true. So let's go ahead and save it. So it's a little bigger now. And this is something that we wanted. All right, and okay, let's keep it as it is. Let's keep it as it is. We're gonna change it later if we need. And what's the other property? Fit. I think it does take fit property box fit dot filled. So this is something that in future we'll do. So let's go ahead and save it for now. Of course, no changes. Right. All right. So after that, over here, you're gonna show the text name or the lesson name. Okay, like this. All right. UI designs. What are some UI designs like that? Okay. Now looks like we're gonna be using pretty much the same font size as with the other one, or a little different. Now let's come over here inside this, and looks like this one font we can't change, text we can't change, nor that we can change it there. Fade text, no we can't. So looks like we don't have any kind of widget that we need. Why I'm saying like that? Because I'm looking for a font size that is 13, but looks like we don't have any of this. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and make it custom size 13 so that we can reuse that. 13, 13, and 13. Fine. And now we're gonna come over here. Here we'll say text 13 normal, and it should work. All right, let's see. Okay, right. And of course there are other properties that we need to change. Let me see. Text 13 normal. What do we have? Definitely this color, not the color that we want. Here we could say primary text. We can already, since it's here, we can give it a default color. And we also want it to be bold over here. Let's go ahead and do that, bold. And what else? Text align. It's a center, but I started from start actually. Now let's come over here and I could say this is first lesson. First lesson. All right, and we don't need to pass any color. It'll still work. Okay, right, this is what we wanted, but now there is a bit of problem. You see, this one is in a column format, so we still need to change that. So here we go. So this one, we need to wrap it around a column. So here we do children, and like this. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Let's copy this, and let's see if we can put this one next to each other. Hope it doesn't crush. Okay, that's fine. And what else? Here we are, column. And let's see if this one takes place or not. So here we are inside this container, and here we could set up cross-axis alignment and cross-axis alignment dot center. And trying to center this thing, looks like no, it did not. Well, if it did not, okay, because here you see we have this one, so this is what might be causing the issue. Oh no. Okay, let's do main axis alignment dot center. No, it's not taking effect. Looks like we need to make it here so that it takes effect. Let's try it over here as well. Main axis dot center. Oops, it worked. Beautiful. But this thing's, well, it's hard to remember, but you get the idea. Just try it a few times and it just work. Okay. Yeah, and I don't think we need that one, so let's skip it as it is. It was there before. Row looks like center didn't need that. Yes, okay, so those are the unnecessary things that we didn't need it. Okay, beautiful. So this part is working, but of course now over here for this one the font size is different. The next one should be a different font size, much smaller, and I'll be looking for font size 10. Okay, yes, we do have 10. And the color itself, yes, we can define a color for it. Okay, so over here I'm gonna go for 10, and beautiful, so it's already there. And then I think I can also change the, well, I'll just keep it as it is, and then over here cross-axis alignment dot start. So this is what I was talking about, right? Okay, now these two are pretty close to each other, so here we could do a sized box and width. Let's do that. Width 8.w, so give it a little space. All right, so, and this should work. Okay, great. And then over here, what is this one? Now, this might not work because over here we want arrow. Okay, so the other way to work with the arrow, most probably if you do this becomes an arrow. Okay, and then you don't need the color of red. Now if you use icon, then definitely it's not going to work. Okay, but anyway, let's use our icon. Now for this one, first we need to go to image res over here, and okay, so let's go ahead and define an icon somewhere. Well, okay, I'm gonna do it right after lock because they're like the same kind of icon. Let's go ahead and copy that and put it here, and we're gonna call it arrow right, and over here arrow right. This is the image name, GHT. Make sure that you set it correctly, and we don't need this. So in this sense, we can use app image or app image, this one. Let's save it. We might see a default one, but that's not what we want. So here we can pass image path, and then here we do image res dot arrow right. All right. Okay, that's the one that we wanted. Do we need to change size? Let me go ahead and see. No, this size is a little too small. So I'm going to pass w, which is width 24 and height 24. Well, let's add a const before it. Okay, it's much bigger. All right, so far so good with this, but well, definitely this is not just it. It would be more complex once we get the data. Well, the reason is, okay, well, the first thing, once we get data from server, you'll look through this. This lesson info would be inside a loop, so which means that these values, some of these values, like this one, we need to change dynamically. These values, we need to change dynamically, okay? So description, that's why it would get complicated, and most probably we also need to pass the state or things like that, okay? But this is so far so good. All right, okay, it's working. So since this is done, next we can focus on our backend and build the API section for this one
and work on our lesson controller. So first thing we have to do, we have to create a migration tables. If you don't know what is migration table or didn't understand, migration table is the blueprint or way of telling Laravel that I want to create a table, that's all. So rather than creating the table manually, we are going to do it using migrations, special commands. And in major framework, they all call it migrations. Anyway, so here I would do PHP artisan make migration, I think create lessons table, that's what we would call it. Yes, it created, and in general when it creates with this current date when you have created. And if you go to this folder inside this migrations, in general the last one should be the newly generated. Okay, now you can definitely go ahead and do PHP artisan migrate, it will create the table, but this is not what we want. So in a sense, because we want to add more stuff to it. Okay, all right, so over here we want to add table, a new column, and we're gonna call it small integer course ID. So we need the course ID in our table, and then here we do string, and here we do name. We also need the name of this lesson, current lesson, and then over here we do table string, and each of the lesson will have a thumbnail. Okay, all right, table text description. So over here it could be nullable, and then over here table JSON, it's a video format. So sorry, it's not a video format. We'll upload videos to it, and we may upload a lot of videos, so one after another. We have to save the path of those videos, and we have to do that in JSON format. Remember, JSON format works in key pair values, right? If you remember that, right? It would do just like Flutter frontend map. JSON format does the same thing. We'll have like this, curly braces, and most probably we will have video 1, and then we'll have path for the video, okay? And then we'll have video 2, and we'll have path for that video. Okay, so like that, you understand it. So we have to do it in JSON format. That's why we put it there. Now, in general, when you work with any kind of database, you have to put a lot of information one after another, especially path. Then you want to save it as JSON, regardless you use Laravel PHP or Node.js or any framework. The idea is same. All right. So we need the course ID. Why? That's because with the course ID, we would be able to know. Remember, each course lesson will have course ID connected to it, because each of the course will have many lessons. So when we look for a certain lesson, we have to see that course ID, which course it belongs to, because with this we'll have more information that we can gather and display to the user. Okay, so that's why we'll have this course ID, and course ID can connect with lesson ID. So this one definitely would suggest to lesson ID, okay, in the database. And then remember, this would be a row, right? Eventually all these columns together. So each row will have its own ID, and we'll also save the course ID with it. So whenever we get the row, then we'll get the ID for that row. At the same time, we'll also get the course ID. So based on that, we know this certain lesson, which course it belongs to. Now, it may not make a lot of sense now, which I'll cover more once we are done, because right now it's all code. Anyway, so now over here, I think we're done with this. We don't have any problem. Only thing you might have mistakes, go ahead and make sure you check them. Now over here, we would run PHP artisan migrate. Now, these commands, if you know them well, it helps you development. You don't need to go through them again and again. Better you remember that how it works. Okay, all these commands. All right. So here migration is a noun. Here migrate is a verb. Verb is more actions. So this time you're telling, okay, go ahead and create the table. This time you're saying that, okay, go ahead and create a schema for me, and that's like as a noun state, something, give me something. All right, anyway, so now let's continue. So with this, our lesson should be created lesson database table. Let's go ahead and check that. So I'm still on Mac right now, so I'm gonna check on my schema, and so currently I'm using this database. Let's go ahead and check the tables, and here we go. All right, it's been created. So if you do use MySQL, it's the same thing. All right, cool. Oops, not that one. All right. Okay, so far so good. And then we also need to create a model for this. Okay, so PHP artisan make model. I think we'll call it lessons. Is it so? In general, no, it's lesson, because models, the way we name them, I believe they don't have plural. These are all singular, right? Okay, so we're going to create a model for this. That's okay, go ahead and run it, and it's been created. Okay, now Laravel framework will automatically look for a table that called lessons. Okay, and we already have it, lessons. Remember, they should be all small letters, right? We know that. Table names always start with small letters. I think even if you put big letters, capital letters, it's not gonna work. It would forcefully make it small letters. That's the convention. Anyway, so just like previously we did course, we created course model. We created course migration, which is a course table, and then we created a model, and then Laravel knows automatically. Okay, I know there is something called lessons in the database, and that's my table. All right, okay. So this is a few of the things that we need to know. Since this has been done, this is great. PHP artisan. Well, it should be, I think, admin controller. It's a make controller, actually, not admin controller, I guess. Make controller, lesson controller, and then over here model, and you can mention your model's path, models lesson, oops, and lesson. Okay, right, so make sure this is make controller, not admin controller, so this could be confusing. Okay, anyway, so it should be created somewhere. Okay, I think it's been created to this wrong place. This is not where we wanted. Most probably I was wrong with the path name itself. So let's try it one more time and do it as admin over here. So here, admin make controller. And we can also remove this. So I think this is the correct one, actually. Admin make lesson controller. This is the correct one. Yes, it created, and this is the correct place. Okay, so admin make your controller name. Okay, and for this you can always come to their website over here. So this is for Mac, they also said it, and this is for Windows. Okay, if you're on Windows, you have to do artisan make admin user controller. All right, so they do look almost similar, but only the slash thing, right? On Windows you might have one slash. For Mac you need to have double slash, so otherwise it might not work. Anyway, so our controller, or our model's been generated, our controller's been generated, and beautiful. This time we'll see that everything has been auto-generated. So now we can go ahead and check in our backend. But even before that, we have to do a bit of work over here. We need to copy this one and put it in the backend, in our admin routes folder. Remember, over here we need to add it. Okay, so let's save it. Now make sure that your server is running. My server is running actually, because I think I have opened 2 of them, so the other one is running. So let's go to the server. All right, so over here, of course it's not visible. Then we need to add it in the menu sections, the one that we created. Okay, all right, so then let's give it a name, the title, lessons, and it could be inside our course, and URI should be lessons. The URI exactly has to be the same as this one. I think we can also put a slash here. I think we should. Okay, and now roles, everything. Well, permission. Well, I would like to go for book, for book, this one, because these are all lessons. I submit. Okay, all right, and let's use this, and we'll see that it's already here. Now these are already here, and they're nicely categorized. First, you have to I think the category section should belong to go below this. So let me check it. So we need to go to this menu sections over here. Now let's do a drag and drop. So this one, drag and drop. So you can just simply drag this and put below it and save it. Okay, now if you refresh, it should work. Yes. So first you create a course category, then you create a course using one of the categories, or you can choose one, and then over here for certain course you create a lesson or many lessons. This is what we are talking. Beautiful. So since this is done, we'll also check if we can create lessons from here or not. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is what we have, and we need to work on this. The very first thing we want to work is this one. Now, this course ID, we don't want to really show the course ID. In fact, we want to show the course name. So that's why over here, of course, we can just say course, and from there, actually, we can invoke different kind of functions. So our favorite function is display function. We can call that one, and it takes a callback. And the item, well, actually the item should be the ID. So ID is always available inside this display function when you go through this column function. Now inside this here, we could do like this. We could do item equal course, and then here you could do where. You can invoke where function, ID equal item. Actually it could be instead of item, let's call it ID, which makes more sense to us. Okay, all right, so here equal to ID, whatever ID is that one, and for that ID we want to get the value. In this case it's name. All right, and then you return the item. So you get the name, which is string, and then it would be shown over here. For this ID, it would be shown the name, right? So that's how it works. So here we could do use app models course. Maybe we can also put it at the top over here. Okay, right now let's go ahead. So that's one of the first thing, and then thumbnail. So thumbnail over here, we can show this one as an image, and I think we can just do 50-50. We'll see how it goes. All right. Okay, and everything else, well, right now we don't want to show any videos here, so I'm going to skip that. So we don't have a video player in the backend, so there is no need to show the video. So basic changes over here. Hopefully you understand this one. Once again, inside the column display function, inside the column, inside display function, ID is always available, and then you can do your query. All right, in detail we are not going to touch, not much to change. And now over here, now this part would be very interesting. Well, there should be a lot of changes maybe. All right, so over here we see that we have course ID. Okay, let's keep it as it is. And then after name over here, let's go ahead and create a variable result, and
Over here we'll have course, and inside the course, from here actually we can call the pluck method, and then we are going to use name and ID for this. So in fact the name would be returned, so name is the value, ID is the key, whatever it is there. And based on that actually we are going to use the select function. So select function would show us as the name. Actually it would take the name from there. So over here we're gonna call it like this. Okay, courses. All right, and inside this we're gonna pass options and the result like that. Okay, and in that case we can skip this, we don't need this one. So Pluck would get everything from this on the course table actually, which is courses table. Course is the model name, and as it gets, then the result would be shown over here. So which means the name would be shown over here, and we would grab one of these names and assign it to this ID like that. Now thumbnail itself, we can also use unique name. All right, it should work. And what else? Description, keep it as it is. Now over here, this text, this is not going to work like this actually. Now there is a property which is called table. We're going to use this table property, and inside this we're going to call a function actually. So you can also invoke a function inside table and pass this form object, which is actually this one, and inside this we can grab related information. So over here we would do something like this. Well, we'll be talking more about this table later, so let's go ahead and see that how things work over here. So now form and the text, that's the name of the video. Okay, all right, and we would say that rules required. So like each lesson has a video, it's more like the video name, okay, which we need to type in. It's like the video title itself. All right, and the form over here, image, and then here we'll say thumbnail, because we need a video thumbnail, because we can't auto-generate thumbnail. So that's why here we are going to upload a thumbnail for our videos. Rules required. All right, form, file, URL. So it will be saved inside the URL. I think it would be saved inside this video tag actually, not the URL over here. And then we do rules. So I'm gonna come back to them once again. All right, so let's do this. And what else? Let's see. Form display created at form display updated at. Oops, not here actually. I'm not sure why I did that. And I do see that there is a type over here, thumbnail. All right, so let's go ahead and save it. Now let's go ahead and open up our browser. Let's go ahead and recheck this. So I do have a typo somewhere, so let's go ahead and check. Unique name, it says that unique name doesn't exist.
Now in the browser we see like this, so there is a typo in my case which I made, so actually it should be image because we are not using text over here for thumbnail. Okay, so that's why we had this issue. Let's go ahead and refresh it. It should be gone. Now let's go ahead and create a new one, and over here text rules. Okay, I do feel like I have another typo. Well, it's not telling me which line. Well, I could go through it, but the rules, I think there's another typo. So let me go ahead and check that over here. So you might not have this issue. So let's refresh. Cool. Now here we do have this, and name, courses. As you can see, these are the 3 courses that been uploaded. Remember, these are not the category, they're just the courses that's been there. And then over here the thumbnail that we can pick, and the description. And the video part was beautiful because why? Now over here, as I said, I'm going to talk about this. Here you see that we have this table field. So what it does basically, table field is going to go ahead and create new fields for you once you click on that. Okay, so it would be keep doing like this, as you see. So input name, image, and URL. Okay, so these are the things. Now of course in our database we don't have this input name, we don't have this image field, we don't have this URL field. So these are auto-generated based on this table function, which eventually will save this information as JSON, which I was talking early. So because of this one, because of this table function inside, you can have as many new fields. So these are our database fields, and including this one, but these 3 are not. They're different things. Okay, this is like you can understand these are 3 columns inside a column, because remember, video field is a column, right? Now these 3 columns would be dynamically generated once we submit data. Of course, if you go ahead and check it, these 3 fields are not there yet. They are not there yet. Okay, so if you go ahead and check that, they are not there, but they would be there once I submit, because this field would be actually inside a JSON format text. So they are not really database fields, they are not really database table fields, they are just JSON format. But you should understand it like this: JSON inside JSON, or it's a field. These are 3 fields inside fields. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, but of course if you refresh them, they would be gone because they are not there, and they also have this related name, so they would be generated once we go ahead and do that. But now if we are going to go ahead and submit the form, or even uploading, we'll get errors. So we need to do a little bit work. Actually there will be a lot more error. This section is going to be long, actually pretty long, because we are going to cover complex form submission. So let's open up this one, and over here we need to use something called use default date time format. This one, make sure that it's imported at the top. Now this one, actually I'm going to copy this and put it for course itself. Okay, and then I'm going to copy it from here and put it here as well, because we have seen like if you come over here now inside this courses, now you'll see that the time doesn't have Z. Previously the time had this Z thing, which we don't have now. Okay, all right, so that's why we needed that. Anyway, so let me go ahead and close this. Okay, right, so this is the basic thing. Now there's another problem that we need to take care. Remember, these three fields are JSON field, right? So they don't really exist in the database. So before we go ahead and submit our data, we need to tell our table that this certain field, video field, you have to store data. You have to let the data to come in as JSON. Because if you right now check this video field, yeah, it says JSON, but you have to explicitly tell our model as well that this is going to be JSON. Okay, so over here, otherwise it's not going to work. JSON. So the video field convert it to JSON. So that's why it says protected cast, which is a special keyword in Laravel. With this, you cannot just have it any random name. You should have to say as JSON. All right, and now during video, the form submission, we also need to take care of this thing. So we have to say public function set video attribute. So this is a very special function which also needs more talk. I'm going to talk on that. And here we'd say this dot attributes video. Now here we need to say JSON encode and array values value. All right, now this method would get called during form submission. Actually, once you click the submit button, this method would get called. This is a special method. Now this method, it has a special word, video. So this video, Laravel knows the video word itself is part of the field. So that's why it has to be special. And at the beginning you have to have set, and at the end you have to have attribute, and in between you have to have your database field. Now in our case, the database field video, we are doing a special process, the field video. So that's why you have to write here video. Now imagine if you did a special process for description over here, then you have to do set description attribute, and here you need to write attribute. Okay, so that's how it works. And over here we have this one. Now whenever we submit the form, the value would come in a array format, which could be a little different than the list. Okay, like in Dart we have learned list, but over here in PHP we have array, and this is called associative array. So it would be like this, a val1. Okay, it would be b val2. Okay, so it will continue like this. What I mean by that, when we hit the form button, submit form, then the data graved from this section over here, this one, this 3 items, they would be actually in this format. Okay, now this is not a JSON format. We need to convert it to JSON format, so that's why we call JSON encode. So whatever the object you assign over here, that object would be converted to JSON using this one. Okay, right, so we have to see that. Remember, JSON encode converts an object to JSON. In a sense, it would be a val1 like this, val2. So all it does is get rid of this arrow over here, so it converts like this. So you'd say that the below method JSON encode converts the object to JSON from array. So it could help you in future. All right, so that's what it does. Now we have to have this basic things, otherwise it's not going to work. And we need another method, which is, well, I'm going to copy this one, and here would say get video attribute. This is the opposite one. Okay, so in this case, instead of doing this one from inside to outside, I mean first array values then JSON encode. So over here, first we do JSON decode. So we are going to do the opposite one, JSON decode, and inside this we'll have value. Okay, value, we have to have this, and then we have to put a parameter that is a true. If it doesn't exist, then we'll use something empty. So there is no value. You have to look for if there is value coming from database or not, which we'll see once again with a real example. Once we're done with the coding, then it would make more sense to you. So we have to put it like this. Okay, so this one is used after getting data from database, and this would get called before you submit data to database. The other things, they don't change, like this one, and this one, they have the same idea. All right, let's continue with this, and this is the time we go ahead and do a test. Now to be able to do a test, we are ready. All you need to do, click on this, make sure you click on this lessons. Okay, all right. Now even before that, actually, I think here, before we go ahead, I want to make a bit of changes with the names. Right now, the names over here, like for example, say we do have this courses category, right? For this one, we see that name is courses category. That's fine. And like courses, this one, I want to say courses names. Courses names. Why I'm doing like this? Because with this we are pretty similar. The names, if you see right now, okay, you're right. Now here, this one itself, we can also change. So here we're gonna do it lessons names. Okay, all right. Now since everything has changed, now you'll see that it looks much better. Okay, and then I also want to change on this one about courses, where it is. Let me go ahead and take this one. So let's come over here, about courses, right? Or you can also say our courses. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh, and now they're more aligned. Actually, the way they are here is more readable. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and click on this. So we're going to create a new course. So I'm going to call it Flutter course part 1, and courses category, Flutter course, select an image. So I'm going to select a random image from here, most probably Riverpod latest, it doesn't matter, any of them is okay.
All right. Okay, and over here we're gonna do video. So here we're gonna say for lesson 1, okay, or we can say video 1. Now you need an image for your thumbnail, so let's go ahead and once again select a random image and then select a video file. Now I might be using this one. Okay, make sure that your images are not, your videos are not too big, because previously you have seen that we have set up like 16 to 20 megabyte per upload. Okay, all right. Okay, now it looks like it's been submitted over here and it's fine. There should be a record in database. Well, in my case ID is 2 because I have already done a test. All right, okay, and now the image is not visible. The reason is over here actually. So over here it might need a path or URL, so far I understand from it here. So it's a server, most probably server address or anything like that, but we are not passing any of these things, so that's why it was causing issues. Now let's come to our browser. Now let's go ahead and refresh, so it looks like it works. Okay, all right, so I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go ahead and create what was it, lesson learn Flutter part 2 course. This one, select an image. This time I'm going to select a different image, and that's fine, and I'm going to put it a few times. Okay, and I'm going to have it video 2. Over here, let me see thumbnail. Now most probably I'm going to use the same thumbnail that I have done before, and okay, and it's Riverpod hooks. This one, just a random image, so you can always ignore that. Make sure that you have images before you go ahead. Now I might be using the earlier video. It doesn't matter, you can use any video, just make sure that the size, if you somehow decide to upload bigger videos, so you have to change the PHP init configuration, which we have seen before. All right, so this is what we have seen. Now right now I will not ask you to go ahead and add it, don't do that. If you do want, you should delete. If you really want, that's fine, but editing might not work as we expect right now. It may in fact cause issues, but anyway, I know that it might happen. Now that needs a bit of coding to fix everything, which we'll see and do later. Now over here in our database, let me go ahead and refresh this. Select rows. Okay, so I have this 2. Okay, well, they should have the same name though. It's a course ID 2, which is Flutter course. Let me go ahead and change it from here. I want it to have the same name. Apply. Now I don't want to edit it from our backend yet. That's because there will be some issues which we'll take care later. Now this is the thing actually I was talking about early, that over here I'm not sure we can edit it though. There should be an option for editing, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead. So here's this JSON file, JSON format, as you can see. Okay, so video name, video 1, thumbnail, which is our image path. So that's how it works actually. This part we have talked before. Now this information, of course, before it comes here is not like this, which is array, and we convert it to JSON. And this one, when we take it back, and display here or anywhere else, that happens through, of course, this function, this one. So these two are exactly the opposite one. Okay, all right. Now I may be updating this commenting over here, because in fact JSON is like this. The JSON has curly braces, otherwise it's not JSON. Anyway, so now we have seen that how it works. Okay, so what is the next step? Then next step should be building an API for this, because right now we have data to show for our lessons. So the next step definitely should be building API, and then we'll go back to front end. So let me close this, we don't need this. Now over here, I think, okay, let me do a clear. Now I want to create a new controller, API controller, which should be inside this API over here. So we could do PHP artisan make controller lesson controller. So it has created one for us, hopefully, and looks like it's not in the correct folder, so I'm going to delete that. I forgot to mention the folder path. I think that should be API, this one. Hopefully it does create one. Yes, right, like over here. Okay, so here now I have this controller, and this controller will have an endpoint. Okay, so let me go ahead and quickly define the endpoint, which should be inside this where it is. We do have routes, API.routes over here. Now I'm going to copy this. It should be inside this sometime API. So it's sometime middle layer. So here we'll have lesson list. Okay, and here we'll say lesson controller. And let me copy this and then copy it here, lesson list. Okay, now our endpoint is ready. If so, then we can come over here. Okay, this is for our lesson list for a particular course. All right, okay, now here we're gonna call it public function and lesson list. So we have to have this request object, request, and then that's it. Now I'm gonna put it here down, and what I could do, I could go ahead and get a help from here, most probably. Let's go ahead and do that. Am I copying anything or everything? Or even maybe not that one. So I can copy this one actually, because this is more alike. Why? Because this time we need to pass ID, because we need to make sure that which lesson we are using, okay, and which course it relates to. So there are a few things that we need to do. And over here we can also do lesson. Okay, now error should be gone. So when we use this endpoint, call this endpoint, we'd be passing the ID. Okay, all right. Now that would be looking inside our lessons table, but then it would be course ID. Course ID. So as you see over here, now we'd be passing a course ID. Like you see, this ID has 2 lessons. So we need to just match course ID. So that's what we are doing over here. We'll be passing course ID, and then whatever the ID we pass should match over here, the one that inside our lessons table. And if they match, that's beautiful. So we don't need the, it doesn't have user token anyway, we don't need that. And we also don't need this. We can just add a new field, video, which it has. And it also doesn't have price. Okay, all right. And we'll get all the lessons, so we shouldn't use first, use get. Okay, all right, so it should be working. And if we can get that successfully, my lesson list is here. My lesson list is here, and that's the result. Okay, fine. Message result. Okay, that's what we expected. And otherwise, okay, actually it should be code 500, not 200. I'm not sure why I have done 200 before, because it's error, so you want to return 500, not 200. Sorry about that, it was most probably a copy mistake because I have copied that, I know. But anyway, so yeah, so with this, all we need to do, call this endpoint, and we want the ID, the name of the lesson, description, thumbnail, and video. Lesson list, otherwise we might have internal error. Okay, right. So then actually we are ready to test it. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up our Postman. So I'm opening it up, looks like it was off. Okay. And well, I guess I'm gonna create a new endpoint here. Let me close this. I'm gonna click on this and add request. I'm gonna say lesson list, and then here 127, your IP address, in our case it's local IP address, and lesson list. Okay, all right, so we need to make sure that we pass this authorization, and I think I can copy the earlier. I think I'm still logged in the app, so that's why I can just pass the earlier one. It should work because I didn't really change the login. That's what I believe. But if necessary, I think it's auto-copied. Yeah, it is auto-copied, I feel like. Alright. So over here, what we need to do, we're gonna pass ID. ID equal to, what is that ID? Now that ID is this one, course ID. So we are passing that. So API lesson list, it should be working. Let's see. Right, it's already worked. So we get 200, and here we said date ID 2, Flutter course part 1, description, video null. Okay, right. Now we do have some issues with reading the video section. We also need to check why is that. Okay, but yes, we do get this information. That's the first sign, that which is good, and in fact we get precise information. Now of course the video section should not be like this, so most probably something is wrong as we get our response from the server, which means that most probably something is wrong over here. Where it is, let me see, our model, our lessons over here, get attribute video JSON decode, edit true. So in our case, most probably it's reading null. So let's go ahead and check that. Alright, so let's see how to solve this issue. Now actually it's coming from here, but one thing we can go ahead and check here, we can dump whatever the value is coming, and we'll see that actually whether we get the value or not. Okay, now let's check it on our browser. So here we go, and we see the values are available. So it's already reading, but it's not coming to our API request. Now why? The reason is because here video is a special field over here. It stores JSON data, which is very different. And we also said the field itself is JSON, right? Because in our migration file, we have mentioned that this is like if you see over here, this one, we said the video field is a JSON field. So it requires special data manipulation. So this is what we do over here. Now, whatever the value goes in, we're going to check it over here first. So let's go ahead and declare a variable, and we're going to call it result video. And then remember, it's coming from database, and this is actually JSON data. So we're going to decode it. All right, we're going to decode it to something called array. All right, so in Laravel or in PHP, if you have JSON object coming from database and you want to use it on the front end, you have to convert it to an array. All right, now here we use a ternary operator the way that we do in Dart. Okay, so this is the ternary operator. Well, it's checking if there is a JSON object. If there is one, go ahead and use that one and turn it to an array. Otherwise, just return empty array. Okay, so that's what it means over here, because this would return empty array, while in Dart we have the same thing, which we say that like this, empty list. Okay, so in Dart, when we have this one, this is empty list, but in our case this is empty array in Laravel. So that's how it works. All right, anyway, now let's go ahead and print the result. Now to do that, we can simply do dump and res video. Okay, now this time we'll see that the format should be different. Okay, let's go ahead and check. So here you see it's more like an array right now. All right, not the JSON, because earlier we have seen JSON, but you can still print JSON over here, like right after each line, dump the value. So this is still JSON. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and check it over here, and we'll see that here we have array and here we have JSON. All right, okay, so now we have understood, we have broadened our understanding that how they should work. So since now we have array, we can go through them, but it's better we check it first. If it's not empty, if not empty, call this function. Empty is in function, go ahead and call that. Okay, if it is not empty, then let me do it. Remember, we have to return actually after processing, so we have to go through the data and then we're gonna convert it to an array. This is what we have to do on our side. Here we're gonna use this for each function which is available, and we're gonna go to this res video, and here we would say key value pair. So whatever is coming from there, from here, take that as a key value pair. So here also we are saying that first line and second line, remember over here we'll have this two sections, right? So this one and this one over here, right? The other part. So we are telling over here, go through, loop through it part by part. Okay, all right, so this is called key value pair. So if we go through an array, now over here we could do like this, res video. Now inside the first key, which actually would be more like the first index, because here we are returning two items, this one and this one. So in that, so from this one, in this array, get the first one, and then whatever URL is there, okay, so save that one. So that's what we say. So here we have URL. Okay, so the first one, so this refers to the key, it will have value. From the value field, take the URL and save it inside this. So that's what we are trying to say. And we could do the same for the video section. Okay, now it has to have this video field. And inside this, go ahead and well, actually we don't have video field. Sorry, that should be the thumbnail field. I said it wrong and wrote it wrong. So anyway, I'm going to copy this, put it here, and looks like I also messed up over here. It should be V stands for value. Okay, so we are looping through them and putting it in a field. Okay, so these are like you're assigning field whatever is coming from there. Okay, all right. And now after that this is done, actually we don't need this anymore, so we can work without this. So here we can just simply return like this. So here we say return and resvid. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and save it. And after that, let's come over here, and here we'll see that the video section now is very special. Okay, so what happened over here, basically we just converted to this JSON object, from JSON object to PHP array, and we have assigned them some names over here. Okay, so that's what we see. One more time, let's go ahead and check that. Okay, files, videos. But now actually it serves further purpose. Why? You can go ahead and come over here. Okay, save this. Now let's check. Now you see it works the same. So what happened? It looks like not really. So the only thing this time we did over here is returning. Now why this one? This has some greater benefit. Let me show you. I mean, if you check this one, this is same as the last time. The only thing we are doing here, we are returning. Earlier we didn't return. Earlier we had just conversion, but we didn't return anything. Here you see that the set video attribute. Over here we are just setting, but we are not returning. But here right now we are returning, right? Earlier the get video was pretty much the set video, but this time the only difference is that we are returning, right? And even though we made a loop just now, it looks like it works without loop. Then what's the purpose of this thing? Yes, there is a greater purpose, which a lot of people like to do like this here. So app URL like this. Okay, now what happens with this over here? Let me see. I think I have a typo over here. App URL env. Can I save it? And oh right, this one. Now the error is gone. Now let's take a look. So here you'll see that it's assigning this URL or domain. So what will happen with this? You're gonna actually looks like, oh, I think we can just copy it. Copy this URL. Now come to our browser. Let's play it. And looks like the files, it says the files cannot be found. Okay, that's fine. The reason is because over here I think we also need to include our uploads folder. Okay, this one, that's why. Now let's save it. Now let's come over here. Now let's copy the new URL, which should work. Let's go to the browser. Okay, now this is something that we have uploaded earlier. Okay, so I don't want to play. It'll work without even this thing, as long as you return something. Okay, Now, why you need this? Now, there is this bit of understanding. In general, if you always know your server address, which would be same for localhost as well as for remote host, in that case, this is the preferred solution. Okay, you always return with this URL. But right now, the problem is sometimes this iOS, sometimes we are using this simulator, even though it's a different app right now, emulator. But iOS and Android, they have different local host address. So if you return URL from here, definitely this 1 to 7 will not work in Android simulator. It'll only work in iOS simulator. So that's the problem. So when you have actual app up and running, which would be accessible from real world, this is the preferred way to go. Now over here, you already returned the exact URL. So this kind of things, or thumbnail, you can access in your app directly, whatever the URL it is. The real URL could be always used in, accessed from iOS and Android at the same time. But right now, our problem is, you see, on iOS device, we have this. On Android device, we have this. Right? But if it is not none of them, we also have this one. Like something like this local address, I think, right? We have seen that one before. It could be anything, right? But this one also keeps changing. So none of this information should be returnable from here because this one keeps changing. So it would throw an error. This one will not work on iOS. This one will not work on Android. So over here, I'm going to skip all of them. And at the same time, I'll also not return anything like this, okay? But I'll keep this one because this is useful. But remember, just for API call, this would work. Okay, this would always work without or with this few lines, okay, as long as you just return. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now, since we are done over here in this section, so now our job is to go ahead to the front end and actually use this information, okay? All right. Now, you may ask why we don't return over here, because we don't need to. All we need data formatting. This set attribute gets called before you submit data to backend, so it happens internally. Now this one over here, because we are using Postman, or we have to return data in our front end, that's why we have to use the return statement. Without this, the original approach was good because internally data formatting was like that. But since we have this API call, we have to do this return statement so that we get the data. If you don't write return statement, we end up having null because it doesn't return any data. It's just internal format. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. And if it's so, then we'll go back to our front end and work there. All right, so let's continue to work on this. Well, I just uploaded some videos on the back end, sorry, some courses, and I deleted them, but front end I didn't refresh. So let's work on this. So we'll see that refresh indicator and they are gone. Okay, so backend has no data, those data is removed. So if someone refreshes, they're gone as well. Okay, right. Now let's continue. Now this time actually we want to show our items over here, right? Right now we don't see any items whenever we come to this section. Okay, right. We do have one that which is hard coded, and so far we have built the API and everything, and we have tested, they work fine. Okay, so now the first thing that we need an entity. So over here, I'm going to use this, where is this at? Models over here. Okay, so I'm going to create a
file over here, lesson entities.dart. Since I named them entities, so I'm gonna keep the same name. You can also call them lesson model, doesn't matter. Okay, now over here I'm going to add code that is necessary. So this part is pretty much like course request entity, course list entity, course detail list entity. They are almost the same. Okay, all right, but now this code, you can get it from the link, or you can also get it from the complete downloadable code. Okay, it's up to you, but I'll put the link so that you can get it. All right, but regarding this, if you have any questions, just ask me. I'll be able to help you. But these are the same things we have gone through a few times, so I don't want to talk about this again and again, so I'm going to close this. So our entities are ready. Now over here, I'm going to create a new class actually. Now here, since we are dealing with the course, we have to do a bit of refactoring of the name over here. So let's go ahead and rename it. Okay, so we don't want to say course detail repo. Okay, all right, so most probably just course repo would be fine. So let's go ahead and do that, course repo. All right, okay, cool. And I think it would also refactor the places that we need to do. Now I also want to remove this course repo. Now it's gonna throw some error, and that's fine. So just go ahead and fix them very quickly with this. The naming is much better than before. All right, and I don't think we have any other issues. Okay, right. Okay, now that was course detail response entity. Anyway, so I'm going to copy this and put it here, and we're going to rename it now course lesson list. Okay, like that. That's the new name. And over here, lesson list response entity, this one. And we also have to have similar one, lesson request entity. Now this return type should match this one. They have to match, otherwise we'll get error. Now our endpoint, remember our endpoint was lesson list. Okay, so this is our endpoint. So I think everything else is fine over here. Okay, just make sure that you have the correct name and also name over here. Now if you do have mistake in your API name, you might get 400 error. All right, okay. Okay, so that this part is done. Now I'm going to close this. We don't need this now for now. And okay, let's close this. And what else? Okay, we don't need this course controller. Okay, now over here we do have this. Now we also may rename this file over here because we are putting a lot of stuff. So instead of this, let's rename this. I just want to say course controller. Now it'll throw some errors and we'll face them and fix them. Right, so some other places it's gonna throw error, and then just remove this part. Okay, right. All right, now since we have done this one, now we can also, no, this is fine. This part is fine because this just gets us course detail, right? So this is fine, but course controller may control a lot of contain a lot of things. One of them is course detail controller, course lesson list controller, and we are okay with that. All right, so that's fine. And okay, we changed the name. Now if you did, you need to rerun it, otherwise you will get error. Okay, right. Cannot remove. Okay, well, we don't know what happened. We'll check that later. Let's come over here.
Okay, so there could be some other issues somewhere else. We're gonna fix them. Looks like no issues though. Const cannot be removed. Okay, well, let's do restart and let's see we have issues or not. Looks like no. All right, yes, fine. Okay, now this file completely changed. Okay, but the logic and everything else, nothing changed. All right. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's come over here. Inside this, we're gonna define another controller, and for this one, we are going to copy this first. Okay, all right. Now here, course lesson list controller. Course lesson list controller. And we also have to change the name over here. Course lesson list controller ref. And over here, we need to change it to lesson request entity. Lesson request entity. I'm going to copy this, put it here, and now it should be small letter. I'm going to put it here and a small letter. And now this one should be sent to this guy over here. Now this is not the endpoint we are calling. Endpoint should also change course lesson list, as you can see. All right. And now what else? Course repo, that's fine. Now we do have error here. There is a reason. Because remember, when we try our Postman, we have seen that it returns a list of courses. Okay, so this one is not a list of courses, right? So we need to change this. First, we got to remove this, and then here it's a list, and then list lesson item. Lesson item, this one. So each of the lesson contains information. And then over here, one more time, if you didn't get it. So you see over here, curly brace, this one from here to here, this is one lesson. And then from here to here, this is another lesson. And these are lesson item. And we have a list of them. So we call it list of lesson items. Hopefully makes sense. All right, over here we say it could be nullable. The error is gone. Okay, all right. And if you want to go ahead and take a look, I think it's a lesson entity. It's the same thing. This is the same thing pretty much we are returning from our backend. Okay, all right. Now here we don't have the video item yet, because over here, when we come over here, we don't really use video item. That would be once you click from here to go to another page, then you use that. Okay, we'll talk about that later. But anyway, so over here, this is a basic class lesson item. Anyway, so here, future list lesson item, course lesson list controller. Make sure that your naming is correct. Everything else should be correct. Okay. Now, if this is so, make sure that you also run this one. Otherwise, this would not get generated. I think in our case, it already did. So we can go ahead and click on this and take a look. I think it should be at the bottom, shouldn't it be? Yeah, this one. So course lesson list controller, I think it starts from here. Pretty much starts from here. And it is also auto dispose feature provider, as we have seen before. And it is also family type provider, because we are going to pass index or a parameter. So that's why it has to be family type, but which it did automatically. Since the last time we learned, if you have this kind of parameter, so that automatically becomes that this provider works with family modifier. Okay, if you just have this, it's not going to work. That just becomes a feature provider. But feature provider with family, then you have to have a parameter over here. Now it could be any type. Okay, when you mention the type,
then it would be auto-generated over here. All right, now with family modifier, which we use with feature provider together, we have more things to learn. Why? Over here we also see that async value, stuff like that, but no, they could be a little bit advanced right away, but we'll cover that in future sections. Anyway, so now this part is ready, and if this is ready, we can right away go and testify that whether it works or not. So now for that reason, we need to come over here. Okay, now earlier we had data like that. So we need to get the controller instance, in our case, course lesson list controller provider. That's the controller instance, which is a stateful instance. So here we can say lesson data ref.watch, and here course lesson list controller provider, and here we do index and args to end. All right, now here you see when we click over here, we get this ID of the certain course, right? As we get it, we pass it to our course detail controller to know about the course itself. And in the API section, when we built API for lesson list, we have also seen that the same ID we use to get the lessons related to a course. I hope you remember that same ID, because over here you will see that when we call this, we pass the same ID, but we just match it with a field in our lessons table, which is course ID. Hopefully it makes sense. Anyway, so if you have any questions, always leave a comment below and I would be able to help you. Anyway, so now this time we are just going to go ahead and run our application. If we have logical error, this should be shown over here, or compile time error, and it looks like we don't have any error. Okay, so that part is fine. Now, how to test this? The problem is over here, you see we already have state data, and we are invoking the when function and passing the data along, and then over here we are doing it. Now, how do we do another one? Now, with the current, another one, I mean by for this one, with the current approach, we cannot really do it. Now, one might say, okay, do it inside over here. Now, that sounds complicated, and it looks complicated, which I don't want to do. I want to separate them, which means not nesting one inside other. Nesting is not really a good idea most of the time. Okay, so we have to separate this this one. Actually, we'll take it out from here, because this is, after all, an independent section over here. So we can definitely take that out, right? Okay, fine. Before that, I want to be aligned with the naming. So over here now I'll say course data. Okay. All right, or course detail data, but course data is fine. So just let me change it. So now here we have lesson data, course data, and we are alike. Okay, so first thing, well, I can just go ahead and remove that. We don't need this now, because we know that it is called lesson info. We can call it anytime. Okay, so we want to work on this. All right. Okay, so how do we do that? Now, the first thing we want to do, we want to move this logic inside this column just for this view. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Now, there would be a bit of refactoring, which could be error prone. In that case, always go ahead and download the code from the resources section. But I'll do it step by step so that you guys don't hit any error. I'll try my best. All right. Okay, cool. So the idea is this column would go up actually at the top, and these things will come over here and wrap this. Okay.
But now we have to introduce a column inside a column, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, all right, so now over here, let me see, I take this and I do a column first, and then over here I might have children. Okay, let's put it, and it looks like it should work. Okay, and let's see. Okay, we are good. All right, so that part fine. And now over here, when I'm over here, first what I'm going to do, I'm going to over here copy this, copy from here to here. I'm gonna copy this or cut this. Actually, I did that. Okay, you can exactly do the same thing. You can cut that and now remove this and remove this and this. Now with this, our structural error is gone, but here now they're becoming cranky, right? And that's fine. Now what I'm going to do over here, this one, okay, earlier I had the code over here. Actually, I think I can just put it here, paste it. I need that. I don't want to type them, so that's why I cut this thing. All right, okay, now I'm going to cut this one more time over here, and inside this I'm going to use course data dot when. Okay, all right, and then over here we'll use data, and we would say data is null, then we'd use sized box. Okay, otherwise we're gonna use okay, before I continue, it should be question mark. I'm going to use this one. Right, now you see the error is gone. Now this part, for this part I already have a copied section, so I'm going to simply go ahead and from here I'm going to remove this. Remember, there is a bracket over here, so inside the bracket I'm going to paste this. Error is gone. Beautiful. So refactoring is done. Oh, cool. Now I can also remove this. We don't need this. Okay, but now this time most probably it needs a const over here. Let's put a const. And what else? Okay, right. Oh, yeah. Now, of course, this is working same as before. Nothing changed. Now we did all of this thing because we wanted to have a column, and now we have a column, and this is our first item inside the column, right? Okay, beautiful. Okay, now let's continue to work on this. Now, one of the other way to work with this for this data right away is I'm going to put a comma over here, and then I'm going to copy all of this and then put over here. All right, okay, now only part over here that I need to change for now is lesson data. Okay, and of course here we'll get error. Now here what we could do, we could do lesson info. Okay, fine. Now of course it still wouldn't show our lesson data. It's just one item which is hard-coded, but with this you get the idea that we don't have any error. All right, and so here inside this column we have two sections where we are rendering data from our provider. Now provider holds the data, right? Okay, cool. We can also say error loading the course data, error loading the lesson data. Okay, right. Anyway, so now of course we have seen that our data comes as a list, right? So this is a list over here. This is this section. Of course, we are interested in this one. This is already a list, as you can see over here. Okay, great. Sorry. Now, how do we work with this? So one of the ways to work with this is pass the list to this one. So we're going to do this one exactly. Now, you can also pass this ref object, this ref object, which you can, or you'd be able to catch over there. So that could be an option. Like, for example, let's come over here. Now, we do have this stateless widget, right? So over here, we could do consumer widget, consumer widget. Let's go ahead and try like this. Okay, now over here it needs a ref object, which is widget ref. Okay, so we can have this one like this. Now if we have this, let's come over here, let's see. Okay, now it looks like we don't need to pass anything. So if it is so, let's continue to work and see. Well, the very first thing I want to do over here is this one. In that case, what I could exactly do is this var saver lesson data and ref.watch, and over here course list controller provider. Okay, all right. And over here, this is the problem. Now remember, it was a family modifier, right? And now if it is a family modifier, I mean this provider has a family modifier, so one of the other things we have to do is passing this ID. So the problem is, regardless whatever approach you use, you have to pass something. Oh, once again, maybe this part is a little confusing. Like, see, over here we are passing data, right? Someone might say, okay, why don't you pass well, why don't you make your widgets that extends consumer widget and access the provider and work with that? That's one way to go. But since we have a modifier, family modifier, which means that we are going to pass arguments, we can't access the modifier here directly, right? We have to somehow pass it from here. Let's close this. Okay, so you have to pass something. That's the idea. Now over here, I don't want to pass. I want to keep more consistent like this. I read them and then I pass my data around. This is what I would like better than this passing provider. Passing the parameters or even the ref object. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. Oh, it was not confusing. Okay, so what do you want to pass to access? One more time, once again, from here, either you can pass the ref object and then access it over here, the provider, that would work. Or you pass the family provider, the modifier, in a sense that the parameter you pass from here and use here consumer widget and read the provider with the family modifier using the index and get the data. The last approach is passing this lesson data, which is actually coming from here, this one. Okay, now I'm gonna pass this one. So over here, I'm going to pass data and data. All right, I think I could do course lesson data. Right. Now, if you come over here, this is gonna throw an error. So over here, we're gonna do final I think it should be a list lesson item, and we're gonna call it lesson items. All right, now we need to get it over here. And then over here we say required the start lesson items. The error is gone, and over here the error is gone as well. And lesson, I think the naming was wrong. Okay, lesson data, actually let's put it as lesson data. Okay, all right, now the error should be gone. So we are passing this. All right, okay, passing from here. We had 3 options and I'm passing data. All right, cool. Okay, now the data is available, but of course it's not going to throw any error or nothing changes yet. Okay, data is here. How do you know that? In fact, you can print my course lesson number, lesson data dot length. You can print that. Well, first one didn't have anything. Second one will have 2. I remember the second course I have uploaded 2 licenses. The last one there is no license. All right, okay, cool. Anyway, so which means that we can print it. All right, so now when we come over here, okay, there is a bit of issue. It's not an issue, it looks ugly actually, the way you load data. It just looks ugly. I saw that, and that's fine, we'll fix that later. Okay, all right. Now over here, this one, you see this should be hard-coded and this should be dynamic. Now, we do have hard-coded one. All right, that's fine. Now inside this part, this container shows everything else over here. Now this one container shows this one item. Now if we have a lot of items, a lot of them, this container should be repeated, right? For example, I can come over here and go like this, go like this. Okay, all right. Okay, now of course we have a bit of issues over here. So the issue is because we have so much data and then it's not scrollable. That's the problem. Now one way to solve this issue is come over here and wrap this around another widget, and that widget we're gonna call single child scroll view. In general, if you have a column, if you want to make your column scrollable, then wrap it around the single child scroll view, and that should work. Yes, the error is gone, and here you see 3 items. Okay, right. So what I'm trying to say, this part should be fixed, and then over here we'll have license. Okay, cool. Now this is hard-coded, but this has to be dynamic, right? And for this reason over here, we can actually use list view builder. Okay, list view.builder, this one. Now it needs builder item, which requires a context, but in our case we are not using. And inside this we are going to return the container that we have copied. Okay, all right. But now if we go ahead and load this, we'll see that over here none of this is available, this one. Okay, and why? Look at this over here. Now this one will have a length. So here we do item count. And what is our length? Our length should be this lessons data dot length. Okay, all right, save it. Okay, right. Now we do see over here lesson data went up. So there is a bit of issue. It shouldn't be there though. You see, it's there. Okay, so we need to fix this one.
And fix this thing. And actually it's easy to fix. Over here, need to do shrink wrap true. Now if you ask why is this happening, the reason is because list view builder over here, it doesn't have any idea of parent container, which should have a constraint like width or height. Well, this list view builder is inside this column, so the column is the parent and there is another container, and over here we also have padding column. These are all ancestors, but none of them they have any specific height, so that's why it was causing this error. But now when you say shrink wrap true, it will try to minimize it. Okay, it won't try to grab the whole space. Okay, so when you don't have this one, it tries to take out everything possible. Okay, so that's why you need to wrap it as shrink wrap true. But of course there is a great documentation over here, you can also read that one. And after that we already see that there is this items that already showed up. Now if you come over here, okay, this is the second one. See the first one, there is nothing, right? Okay, cool. Okay, lesson list should be only visible if there is a lesson. Okay, so over here we could do a conditional check over here. So I'm going to cut this, and here I'm going to say lesson data here is not empty, then we'll have this. Otherwise we can show a sized box. Okay, all right. And here we do have an issue. Let me check on this. The element object type cannot be assigned to, oh right, this one. Okay, now it should work. Add const modifier. Okay, now you say it works. There is no lesson over here. Now of course this kind of optimization depends on your whole app architecture and how you want to design the app. I'm just showing you that this is possible. Okay, now of course you can also say different things about it. Lesson list. Okay, here you can copy the same one, and you can say like this. You can remove that and put it here. Looks like we have two const, and then we can just do like this. Error is gone. It says empty. All right, it's up to you that how you want to do that. Okay, now here also lesson list is empty. Okay, all there is lesson list, so you get the idea, right? Okay, anyway, so now this part is working. Let's do this bit of styling over here. Now inside this over here we can apply a bit of margin and edge insets top. Edge insets only top we could do 10.h. Okay, so there would be a bit of spacing between this, but it increases that space at the top. So we can just do 10.h and it should be fine. Okay, and then we need to remove const for this. Okay, right, now it looks much better. And after this over here we can display the course names actually over here. So now remember we are inside this list view builder, right? So it's more like a for loop, and each of the index is referred by this word index over here. So we can definitely access them. So here we could do lesson data index dot name. All right, and there is an issue. Okay, it says let's remove invalid const. Okay, we're gonna do that. Let's refresh it. Oh, beautiful, it changed. Now if you do have a bit of description, you can also show it over here, like this. Lesson data index dot description. All right, and what do we have here? So let's go ahead and save it. Now there is this issue over here, right? Overflow. Now if we do come over here, we can set up some styles. Okay, I think it's max lines. Let me say it should be inside this styles over here as min max. Okay, I forgot, so let me hover over on this, then we'll see. Well, overflow. Well, one of the things we can directly set is a text overflow, or over looks like it doesn't recognize from here, so I'm going to put it right after it. Overflow text overflow dot ellipsis. Okay, all right, but it still has. And then what are other things that we can set up? Let me check on this. Max lines. Okay, max lines 1. All right, let's save it. And it looks like it still persists. Not this one. With this. Okay, so we still have things to work on. I think we have had this kind of style before with one of the other widgets. Let me see if I can completely copy them. No, none of them are here. So anyway, let's continue to work on this. All I need to do, just figure out. Okay, so we need to overcome this, right? And we already have this set up. That's not enough. And now we need to wrap this column around expanded widget. Let's go ahead and do that. Expanded widget, expanded. Okay, now this one would try to let it take more space, this expanded widget. But now we have this new issue. Okay, but this is coming because of this one. So let's remove that, because it's also trying to take more space. Now you see it's gone. Beautiful. Okay, all right, of course right now they are not clickable. We'll make them clickable later. Okay, cool. All right, so next job is to show this image over here. Now this image, actually we can just simply go ahead and show it here. So we need to get it from lesson data and index. All right, dot thumbnail, I think this one. But this might not work, because if you see, it just returns this section. Okay, this one. So this is not going to work. So we need to wrap it and work with it together. This one, we have this app const server image uploads, and then this one. All right, now it should be working. Yes, beautiful. We already see that it already appeared over here. Okay, beautiful. And for others, we don't have anything. It's all returning empty, and we're already checking whether our data is empty or not. Okay, all right. Now this becomes scrollable, as you can see. All right, now earlier we had another issue, like when you try to load, it loads the loading icon at the top.
Now this part is pretty easy to take care. All we need to do, come over here, this course detail section. Inside this, we are going to this one, wrap this around. Well, actually, one of them would do it fine. Wrap this around container widget, and you can give it a height, a minimum height, say 500.h. Okay, so now it would come down and try to reload in the middle. But since we are in localhost, it happens very fast. You have seen that it was there. Okay, yeah, I like that. Okay, now maybe you can also do it for this one, so they would both come down. Sorry, they would both come down to certain height, which is 500. Okay, all right. And I think it wants you to replace a sized box. Yes, we can do that. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, beautiful. So now so far so good. All right, we came a long way. So now we have 2 complete pages on from our home screen, right? Okay, but of course we already worked on onboarding screen, UI screen, login screen, register screen, and now here we are. And I believe we had a lot of learning. If you learned so much so far, don't forget to give me thumbs up. It would really help me more. Anyway, so the next section, actually we are going to work on this one. We're gonna click on this and go to a new page. Now once again, that also requires us to build API. We don't need to really build a lot of UI, but we need to build the API in the backend. Backend UI we don't need because we already worked on that. So the next section will be building this API, then we'll come back and go over there and we'll make it clickable. So we can go to our backend, and then over here we can start building API. But this API actually would be similar as this one. Okay, but this time we're just gonna get one lesson instead of getting all the lessons from there. Okay, all right, and at the same time, well, definitely first we need to change this one. So here with the lesson detail. Okay, and then instead of course ID, this is it'd be the ID. So by this time when you hit this API, we would know our lesson ID. So we'd be able to click on that, and each of the click will have this ID. So that ID would be sent to a new page, and from that page we'll hit our endpoint. And we know that even we have this information over here, like 2 of this, and each of them they have ID, right? So we'll be able to grab that. So that's the point. So there isn't much things that they are going to change from here. Okay, so it stays pretty much same as everything. The only thing I think changes is the ID itself. So course ID becomes ID, and then of course we don't need to return ID itself. That's fine. And what else? Yeah, that's it. And after that we're gonna build it over here. So let's go ahead and hit it, copy it and paste it. So here we can say lesson detail and the lesson detail. So we're gonna change it to lesson detail. All right. Okay. All right, so this is what we have now. So since this is done, and then we can go ahead and test it on our Postman. That would be very easy. So we know that our lesson list for ID1, which is course ID. We don't have any lesson. For lesson course ID2, remember this is as course ID, right? This one is hitting, once again, the first one. I'm still on the first one right now. And then, so course ID2 will have two lessons. They have ID2 and 3. But if we go to 3, there is nothing, right? Okay, now instead of doing lesson list, we can do lesson detail. Make sure that your authorization header is correct over here, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, then over here you're going to hit it. Okay, all right, so this is our lesson ID 3, lesson course part 2 and everything, and video and URL, things like that. Okay, all right, you can also hit this one. So this is Flutter course 1. Right, so we're getting it right, so which means that our API is working correctly. Well, then we could go back to our front end over here. Now this time the work become easy, part of the work become easy. Alright, so here we do have this course repo, right? But this is not what we want. We can copy this. It will work partly. I'll copy this anyway. Now from here, when you go to a new page, we have to click, right? We have to go to a new page by clicking. So what are you going to do now? Well, first we need to go ahead and create a new feature over here. Okay, and we're going to create a new directory over here. And over here we're going to say lesson detail. I think that should be a small letter. Lesson detail. Okay, right. Now inside this, I'm going to create another directory. I'll call it repo, and inside this, I'm going to create a file, and I think we can call it lesson repo .dart. Okay, all right. I think just like course detail, inside repo we had course repo, right? Okay. Now here I'm gonna put it, but the first thing you can change it lesson repo. Okay, now this is not necessary. This is completely not needed, but this one is needed. Okay, all right, and let me get it as a package. I think we can also remove that one, and we can get it as a package anyway. Alright, so this time we are not going to hit lesson list, we are going to hit lesson detail. So this is a repo that we are going to hit, right? But of course, how? We still need first over here our view, right? Right now we don't have the view, so we can go ahead and create a folder called view. I think it is a singular. Now let me see the naming convention the way we did. Okay, course detail. So here we are inside view, so I'm gonna call it over here lesson detail. So let's go ahead and create a file and call it lesson detail. Okay, I'm gonna cancel it. I think it should be rename to dart. Dart. Okay, yes, now it should be fine. And over here we're gonna do, well, stateless class, and let's call it lesson detail. Right. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit enter. that's fine. Okay, and after that we also need to go ahead and create another folder, and we're gonna call it controller. Now once again, some people might call it provider. Okay, so you're gonna be, I mean, it's up to you what do you call it. Okay, so here we can call it inside this, actually inside this we're gonna create a file. We're gonna call it lesson controller .dart. Right, so these are the few files. All right, now this is the basic skeleton that we have created. All right, okay, now one of the things that we want to do, want to register everything over here as well. Our routes inside app routes name. So we are going to go ahead and copy this and put it here, and we can call it lesson detail. Lesson detail, we say lesson detail. All right, okay, cool. Now what else we have? So now over here I'm just going to copy this one and put it, we should be good to go. Here we're gonna call it lesson detail. It's like we need a comma, and over here lesson detail, or actions as package. Now I think I could import them as a package as well over here. Let's go ahead and do that. I feel like importing as a package is better. With this we become more readable as well, and it's easy to change, changing names like that. If you want to change the package name, it works much better. Anyway, so this thing is ready, right? Detail. Okay, cool. Now since this is ready, actually we can go ahead and do basic routing and see how it goes. At least we'll be able to hit it here, right? I can say, well, if we come over here, it says child text detail, and if you want you can wrap it out as center widget. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is what we have. And what else? Okay, so now we need to testify that we can come to this place from our view, which is this one. Okay, now here each of this place in lesson info over here we do have this inkwell. So inside this we have to navigate, right? So over here we need to call our this router. And how do you do that? Now earlier from our home page, I remember, with this view, and inside this, let me remove that. Okay, let me remove this one as well, sorry. Just try to import them as a package. All right, cool. Now inside this we have this course grid, right? And the course grid has this one where you can actually connect it like this. So this is something that I think we can directly go ahead and copy. Let's go ahead and do that. We did that. Now inside this we can just simply put it here. Now we're gonna go to course, we're gonna go to lesson detail, right? So lesson detail, and of course over here we need to check for which one. So lessons data. So here we do lessons data. Okay, fine. And with this I think would be clickable. Okay, now since it would be clickable, I want to make sure that over here I have this scaffold, okay, and then I'll have app bar and app bar. Why I'm doing that? So that we can actually go back and forth, otherwise it's debugging is annoying. All right, cool. So let's restart our app. Hopefully it's not going to crash. Okay, so here we are. All right, now over here, if I'm clicking, yes, I can do that. If I'm clicking, I can do that again, so which means that our app is already working. Beautiful. A new page has been added. All right, well, this part is awesome, right? Now, few of the ideas that we can actually directly copy from most probably this not really course repo, not even course API, from the controller itself. So let's go ahead and check this. So over here, I'm not talking about this one though. So once we, okay, so over here when we click this, we came over here, we passed an ID, right? We're doing the same thing for this one. Now part of the idea could be copied from here, course detail widget, right? Look at this, course detail widget, this one. So we can simply go ahead and copy this. All right, so let's open up our lesson detail, but in that case we need to convert it to a stateful widget, otherwise we'll not have access to this method over here. We need that. Okay, so here var late args, or late, I think that should be late var args. All right, okay, all right, so we're gonna initialize it later, and if we can do that, actually we can print this over here. So here we could do args, and args will have ID, I guess. Well, we already get the ID, so you can just directly print it, and it should work. And looks like our app crashed. It's the type changes talking. All right, so here we could do int is not a subtype of string. All right, now let's try this. Let's come over here. Okay, cool. And let's come over here and cool. So which means that it's working. So which means that we can already pass this. Okay, so the next part should be relatively easy actually working with this. Over here now we want to retrieve the data from the server and show it. But what do we want to show? Actually, in fact, well, when we click on this, we want to go to new page and play a video. And a lesson could have many videos, so it would be the first one. Then we'll have more videos out here, down there, if there are more videos. So this is more like in each section you will have videos to display. Okay, a lesson can have one video or many videos. All right, like that. So this page would be pretty much all about showing videos and playing videos, and everything would be doing using Riverpod. But of course there is this UI part, right? Now the videos would be playing lesson videos, right? So here in our lesson entities, we wanna actually create a new class. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so here class, it's a lesson video, this one. And over here, we're gonna create a constructor, but before that, let's define some variables over here. So we'll have list of videos from the server, or in the list there might be just one video. Lesson video item. Okay, So here is a lesson item. All right, okay, like that. And what else? Now we also need variable that would be future type for playing the video itself, actually initializing the video. So here we say initialize video player. Okay, right. And then over here we'll also have another bool. Final bool is play, the whether video is playing or not. So these are the three things. And now over here, well, let's see if we can create a constructor out of here. Okay, just constructor, and I think I can select all and create one. That was quick. So with this, now we have a constructor, but actually we also want to create constructor that might have values, that might not have values. I'm going to do it like this. And then for each of this, we can do a default value. So this one over here, lesson video item, will initialize it to empty list. So with this, at least this will not crash. And now initialize video player, this itself is nullable, so we don't need to do anything. And then over here is play is false, which means that the video is not playing. All right, so with this this class is ready, but this class I also want to have another method which is called copy with method. Okay, all right, so because I think we already learned about copy with method, so I'm not going to repeat that, but copy with method is one of the fundamental methods that often used in Dart programming. So you should know that and try to master it. So here, lesson video item, this one, and it could be nullable. So over here we say lesson item. All right, so that's the first one. And then over here, I think what I can do, I can just go ahead and copy this. All right, and over here, this one as well. So let's go ahead and put it. Now we know that in copy with method, everything is optional. So that's why here we can also put bool nullable. All right, and then let's go ahead and return lesson video, this one. Okay, now inside this we are going to check what we are returning. So the thing we want to check lesson item. So if lesson item exist, use that one, or the use earlier value. Hopefully it makes sense. And then over here, initialize video player. So here we would say initialize video player. If this is exist, use this, or use the earlier one. And then over here is play, and then this dot is play. This dot is play. All right, so let me reformat the code so that it looks better. All right, and lesson video, I do think I have a typo. All right, so with this we are ready. And over here there is another typo. Let's fix this. All right, so all we are doing that we're going to retrieve information from server. Now this will be used for playing our actual video in our lessons. But even before that, actually we need to come to our lesson controller over here, and inside this we need to create class like this. So I'm going to just copy this, or actually copy all of it. With this it'll save a bit more time. And then over here, definitely we can, I think we can remove this. We can remove this. We don't, or remove this actually. Remove this one. All right. So here, instead of calling it course controller, we call it lesson controller, and the import stays the same. All right. Now here, lesson item is still the correct one. And here course lesson list controller, over here should be course lesson detail controller. Okay. All right, so over here we are also going to call it detail controller. And okay, now over here we do have course repo, but we don't want to talk to course repo, we want to talk to lesson repo, which is this one. All right, so let's come over here, change the name to lesson repo. You might need to import that. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, in course lesson list, course lesson detail. All right, but now it looks like this doesn't exist. So I'm going to copy the name. Actually, earlier we just could have changed the name directly. This one. Now let's come over here. Okay, now this one and this one doesn't exist, and that's fine. So we're gonna come to this terminal, and let's see if we can run it, whatever we were running before. So we need to generate them automatically. Looks like I have a lot of changes in my end, and I didn't remember. Okay, right, this one. So let's go ahead and generate a new controller for us automatically. And it looks like it's doing generating. Give it some times, and we have an error. Error is gone. Right, eventually it got generated. Right, now this is once again the same as before. All we need to do, pass a lesson index to it, and then we have lesson request entity. So eventually we're gonna make a call to our backend where we pass the ID, and then it's gonna hit this lesson controller lesson detail, this one over here. Right, okay, beautiful. All right, so now, well, let me close this, we don't need this. Over here we are lesson detail. Okay, so what I could do right away over here, where lesson detail, yeah, I could say ref dot, well, I'm not sure the ref object is available, so I need to convert it to consumer stateful widget, and then over here consumer, let's copy this and put it here. All right, and most probably we also need to import Riverpod. Cool. Now the ref object is available. Ref.watch course lesson detail controller provider, this one, and then here it'll have index args to int. That's all we wanted. All right, and if we have this, then here we can also print lesson detail dot okay, we cannot directly do it. There is this problem. Now that's because this one returns a future type, right? So we cannot directly print it. So we gotta do it the old way, the way that we are doing. Now I'm just going to cut this one for here for now. Lesson detail dot win, and then data, pass the data object, and then you have whatever you need. So here error trace stack error dot toString. All right, and loading over here is the same thing. I think we should be familiar with this by this time now. All right, so now of course we don't want args over here. We want to talk to the data variable, and what does it return? Well, data returns as a list, right? So we can take the first one, 0, and then over here we're gonna see the name. Let's print the name, then toString. And over here we have a bit of issue, so let's fix it as it suggested, or I would say that data is not null. It should work the same. All right, okay, now let's go ahead and run it and check that how things go. Looks like we already hit an error. Okay, I think it's gone. And the status code 400. We don't know why we have this, but some URL might be wrong actually, so that's why. I do feel like I'm running my server. Let me restore it. So yes, it is running, but we still get error, but it's an error over here. Somehow, most of it failed to load some images. That's why. All right, and I'm gonna click over here. So far so good, no worries. Now let's come over here. Yes, okay, we're able to show the name of the first course, and then here name of the second course. And I do believe if we continue to do like this, even for test purpose, I'm going to have a column over here, column children. Let's go ahead and do that, and this one, and then here I can just simply do, say, can I use network image? I think so. Well, data element 0 dot thumbnail is gonna work, or we need something else. Let's see, network in, okay, it's a network image to which we cannot assign to a widget like this. So I think a box decoration, a box decoration image. I think this one over here. This is something, I think we were using this network image over here. I do believe that, well, there is no image in this section. Yes, network image, right. Here we have. So we are just doing a test. So over here, all I need to do, I need to pass the path. Now the path would be app const dot image, and then over here whatever I had. So let me remove this. All I need is this path. Okay, right, and here we need to mention image path, right? Okay, cool. Okay, so let's see if we can show our image over here. Oh, that's a tiny image, but at least it's showing up. Now the similar error that we had this issue before, right? But anyway, so which means that now we can at least load our thumbnail image. It should be thumbnail image of each of this lesson, I believe, because here we are getting thumbnail, right? Okay, beautiful. So far so good. So step by step it's working. So let's go ahead and solve it right away.
how we're gonna do that. So over here we'll have this width, right? So let's go ahead and pass 325.w, and then height, I think 200.h, and after that over here we could also do, I think let's go fit box fit dot width, or fit with this one. So let's go ahead and try now. Yeah, it already worked. Yes. Okay, cool. So far so good, and it's working. All right. But actually, in fact, we want to show a video player over here rather than this. This could be part of this thumbnail of the video. So in next section, we'll see how to use the video player. Anyway, so this part would be all about actually playing videos, and I have removed the code to remove the complexity. Now we need to go to lesson controller over here, and well, I'm gonna make a copy of this actually, or actually I can change it directly. We don't need it like this. Let's rename it lesson detail controller, and that would be fine. Lesson detail controller. Okay, now let's come over here. Not this one. Lesson repo. Now you see over here we are returning lesson list response entity. Actually, we should be returning lesson detail response entity, the second one. Because this time we are getting lesson detail, otherwise the data format wouldn't match. Why? You see that this time we want to get lesson detail, and inside this there is a class called lesson detail video item, this kind of things. Okay, all right, so now this is the exact thing that we return from our server side. Looks like my postman was not running. Anyway, so these are the three things that we return for our what is that, for videos information, right? The one that saved as JSON in the database. So this is the one that actually we return. So among them, the most important is the URL. Okay, all right. So that's why I actually changed the name so that it works. And of course, over here, you might also have to do here lesson detail controller, capital letter, this one. Make sure the changes are persistent. Okay, and well, actually we don't also need to return type for this. I'm going to explain why. So here we just keep it as void, and then you don't have to return anything. With this, the return statement is gone, so we'll have less error. Okay, all right. And let's see whether it has compiled or not. I think it has. All right. Now from here, I want to first make another change. So since we are not returning any data, and it's fine, we don't want to return data from this class. This class is just to help us get the data. All right. And well, so far it looks like this. So you may ask, okay, where is this data would be saved, the response? Well, we'll work for that. Okay. All right, so basically first we are getting data from the server, and based on this index, right? Okay, and previously the index has been coming from here. I think we need to change the name as well. Okay, all right. Now we don't want to do that. First reason is, if you do like this, if we go to every page, so the thing is that there would be a video and there might be more information. Now this page would be just only open once, not twice. So the further thing, if we want to rebuild, the problem is this might get called again and again. Now this can create an issue over here, because this page, this UI would be a little bit complex, and which may trigger a lot of rebuild. And if it does, then this one would get called again, which is not good. So we want to remove it to another place. All right, now remove this to another place is the best option for us. And another thing why it's easy to remove, because you'll see that in our lesson controller over here, we are not returning anything.
So we can call it this one lesson detail controller from anywhere, because we don't need to get data from this on the UI directly. It's returning null. So all it does some things internally. Okay, so it's doing things internally. All right. So for this reason, we can move it anywhere. All right, so where to move? Actually, I'm going to move it here. So this course detail section over here, there is this lesson info, right? And from lesson info, we have this this navigator, which takes us to a new page. So we know that this one in course detail widget section, when we click on this, it takes us to this page once again, right? So it takes us over here, this page. Okay, anyway, so what we could do over here, we can actually definitely read it from here. Okay, now to be able to read it from here, we need the ref object. So over here, we already have a ref object since we are inside this consumer stateful widget, this course detail class. So I'm going to come over here and pass the ref object, ref. Okay, now we'll go over there and we'll take this one as a parameter, final widget ref. Okay, all right. Now over here we could also do required this dot ref. Now with this, the arrow should be gone. Now we need to import Riverpod. Okay, right. Now over here we can call ref.watch. Okay, and a lesson detail controller provider, and pass index to it, and we can pass lessons data index.id. This is the exact thing that we are passing before. Okay, so we are passing that. That's it. So once you call this provider would get called, and hopefully it would initialize everything that we need. Okay, and with this we'll not have any error. So let's go ahead and restart our app. Okay, all right, app restarted, and here we see something. There is an issue. We'll talk about that later. Okay, cool. So everything is fine over here. Okay, all right. So now, since we are going to work with the videos, we need to create, well, we already have an object that we created early. And where is this object? This is, I mean, a class that we have created over here, which is called lesson video, and this lesson video contains everything, right? Okay, so what is the thing that we want to do? So when we are here, when you click on this, actually you want to grab the URL. Okay, URL, the video URL, that's what I'm talking about. So we need to grab that. And how are we going to do that? Now let's come over here in our lesson controller. Now inside this, when we are here already, so we can grab it inside this. So here we could create a var, we can call it URL, and here we'll say app const dot image uploads path. And then over here we could do like this, response dot data dot element, this one. So every time we come to our page, we get the first index, and that's our video index URL. Okay, so over here it wants you to say data is not null, right? And I think that's it. Okay, now you can also do print over here, my video URL is URL. Okay, right. Now let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see that whether it prints this URL or not. So now we go over there. You see it already printed the video URL. Now this URL looks very weird, which I'm going to talk about very soon. In your case, you might just see an IP address. Okay, so anyway, wherever you open up, you see a video URL or URL which is printing from here. So next is what is this? Now this is something called ngrok. Now you see we are going to play video on this page. Now to play video you need HTTPS on your domain name, but with a local IP address or local server we don't have HTTPS. So we need to find a way to work with this problem. So one solution is go ahead and buy a domain and connect with the server, but this is way beyond this tutorial. I mean, that's totally another subject. The other one is to convert our local host to something like that people can access from outside world, which would work like a domain. And this is where something called ngrok that comes in. Now this one over here, ngrok, is a free to install, actually completely free. So you go ahead and install it. Once you install it, it will generate domain for you. Actually this is the domain, but this is a temporary domain, not long-lived. So this domain not only generates a domain, it also here uses HTTPS. It internally generates SSL or HTTPS, which is secured connection with the server. So once you install ngrok, two things will happen. First, it will make your local host to more like a public host, which means that anyone has this link, anyone in the world right now, they'd be able to access this video, even though this video is in your computer. And it is true because I have tested it. You can also do Google about ngrok. Okay, but the only problem is this is very slow loading because after all this is free. They might have a paid version. So it made your local host to more like a public host. So people anywhere with this link can access this video. So which is just like a website or server. And second, they also put HTTPS, which we need for video or payment section. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So you need to go ahead and install ngrok. Now installing ngrok is very straightforward. So here you just do ngrok. And the first one, hopefully, yeah, it is the first one. So over here, you'd go and download it, and that's it. And everything is free. Once you download it, you need to actually have this. You need to open it up on your terminal. I mean, you need to open your terminal and type in this one. Okay, all right. Now this download and installation is pretty simple and straightforward. And I also have a video on YouTube about this. You may go ahead and check that. I'll put the link so that you can go ahead and check it. All right, so that's the first thing. So I assume that you would be successfully able to download and install it. And once you do that, you need to open up your terminal. So I already opened up. Okay, let me close this. Let me clear this. So this is my terminal, right? So I already installed ngrok, and after that you have to do like this: ngrok http 8000. Now in our case we are using, because I'm using Laravel, so the port is always 8000 or 8001 or 8002. It doesn't matter. You have to know a free port that's available. You have to mention the port name. Even though their port is 80, yes, you can also do 80. But with Laravel, we go ahead with something that has 4 digits. So you have to write on your terminal this one and then hit enter. And it would open up something over here. The interesting thing about this is that here you'll see it has this, it says that localhost, this one, it mapped to this one, you see? All right, okay. So this is a mapping from here to here, like this. Or in fact, actually from here to here. Most probably they visit this ngrok server first, and then it comes to our local host. This is a mapping. Anyway, so this is something that we want. Of course, if you close your terminal, it would be gone, and then you have to try it again, and it would generate a new link. So this new link could be alive for 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, even few hours. It depends on many things. Okay, but it is alive for at least 30 minutes, I believe. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, which I already did before. Anyway, so let's copy. Now I'm going to come over here, and then I'm going to be here on my const.dart where we have mentioned our server address. You see, previously we had our IP address, but right now I already did this one, so I'm going to use the new address. So this one, the same one that I have copied from here, 4E4C, right? Okay, cool. So once you do that, make sure that you have, actually I think we should have a slash after it, otherwise we'll have error. So this is the new IP address, or actually this is a domain. I mean, you know that this is a domain, right? Cool. Not only that, we have to make another change. We need to make change over here as well. This is my earlier ngrok IP address, or domain address. So make sure go ahead and save it, and your server would be restarting. All right. Okay, cool. Now after this, of course, this time I'm using this emulator. The reason is because this video, when you play on localhost, it has to, I mean, it doesn't work on iOS. With iOS to work, first you need a real device, you need a domain, and you also need to set up other things. So I'm going to skip that part because that would take hours to do that. Because most of the people here following me, either they have this Android, and some people they have iOS. But if you have iOS, of course, that also means that you can use Android emulator. Right, so I'm going to restart everything. Now everything would be loaded over ngrok right now. Okay, so you see it's loading. Because it's loading, it's slow. We also get to see this loading thing. Okay, all right, now over here I do see that it says 12 videos, and this is something that I haven't encountered before. This only happened after using ngrok, and we do an investigation why this thing happens. All right, okay, so make sure that you set up your ngrok correctly. All right, so I had this problem over here. This one, turns out that I had another course, but that course didn't have the thumbnail, and that was causing the issue. Now I removed that one, and everything is, the errors are gone, but I'm still using ngrok right now, as you can see. Anyway, so let's continue. Well, since we are able to print this URL, which we already did, I mean, we went there, we went to this page, and then over here we were, okay, the images are still loading. They're loaded because of when you check your server with ngrok, the server is a little slow because it has to do a lot of proxy, but they're also good learning. So here it looks like you also need a default image, which we'll do later. Now here we are able to put the video URL, and of course if you go ahead and open it on browser, it'll play, which I have already done. Anyway, so this part is working, and that's fine. So I'm going to remove this. We don't need this anymore. All right, so now next thing we need to do, go ahead and install a video player plugin. So I already did that. So the plugin is over here. So you should go ahead and do that as well. Let's check our popspec.yml file, which I've already done. Video player, most probably this is the latest version. So go ahead and install this, okay? All right. And after installing this, we want to create an instance of this video player plugin globally. Right, so we're gonna do it. So here we'll say video player and video player. All right, so this is not instantiated yet. We might need to be able to access it in different places, and we just want to maintain only one instance of this, and that's why we did it globally. All right, so once this is done over here, after this request, you want to work on this video player plugin, which means that you want to actually get an instance, and the instance has to be network type instance. Okay, so over here, that's what we're going to do. So here, video player, and then here we do video player.network, and data source is this URL. Okay, all right. So with this, it will give us an instance of video player that would be of network type, because you may choose to put video player for local videos rather than downloading from the network. Now here, this API looks like deprecated. Don't worry, we're going to change it. Anyway, so let's continue. So here I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to call it initialize video player plugin, or feature actually, not plugin. And here we'll take video player, and then over here would say dot initialize. So with this, actually you'd be able to initialize the actual video player. Now this is an object that we get of network type video player, but it's not completely initialized. So the initialization actually happens from here using this API. So that's what we have done over here. And after that, over here, you want to call our class, which is called lesson video. This is, remember earlier we have built this class, and over here we're gonna have this lesson items. And what is our lesson item? So lesson item is our response dot data. All right, so that's one. And then over here, video is play false. By default, we don't want to play the video. And then here we also have this initialize video player, so we're going to assign this whatever we get from here, we assign it. Okay, and what else? And you also want to have this URL. Okay, I think we can keep the track of URL, but now looks like this one doesn't accept URL yet. So here I'm going to do it final string URL. Okay, now this could be nullable, this dot URL. So we'll just have empty string, and then over here inside the copied method we can still do that, string URL. And then over here we're gonna do URL this dot URL. Okay, right. Okay, since this is done, now whatever the URL is over here available, we can also pass it. Okay, so let's go ahead and pass that. So here URL, right. Now with this we are ready. Now we can create an instance out of it. Here it's a lesson video, and we can say vid instance. All right, okay. Okay, now this is something that we have, but this is yet not inside a state. Okay, so you want to save it inside a state, otherwise you won't be able to access this video, right? And the video player and the URL, so they would be lost. Now to do that, over here actually we are going to declare a new class in our case. All right, so the class would be like lesson video controller, or lesson, let me see, we can completely create a new one. All right, okay, so here we're gonna do override, and here we do class lesson data controller. This one extends, and here lesson data controller. Lesson data controller. Now this time we are not using this type of version for our state management. We are using something that starts with a class, but we know that it also has a class, the code that generated. But if I do it like this, first thing I get a build method, which I like. Override, and here we'll have future all type, and here we want to return lesson video. So this one we want to put our shared memory, so that's why here we say this is the type, and build method, and it has to be async. Now here definitely first time you're going to return lesson video. All right, and it's all empty. Okay, remember it would be all empty first time because, well, It'll have empty video lesson video item. This is also null, this is false, this is empty, and it's not gonna crash our app. So first time, of course, it's all empty, but soon we'll update that. Okay, now here I think if you go ahead and run your command again, I think lesson data controller, it'll generate a code for you. Okay, it should be done, but I see the error is still here. Sometimes it is a little slow. Lesson data controller. Make sure. Okay, I got it. Sorry. Here it should be Riverpod. Now it should generate. All right, cool. And now it wants this override method. Okay, cool. All right. Now, so this is ready. So over here, actually, this controller we're going to use for our video instance. Okay. Now we can just, right now, we can just do ref.watch. And then over here, well, we cannot do ref.watch. Actually, we need to do ref.read. Now, we need to pass this one to this method, okay, over here. And how are we going to do that? Now here we can call a method, and we can call it update lesson data, and that lesson vid, and here lessons. Okay, and then we're going to call this update method, and inside this we're going to pass a random parameter which is called data. You can call it actually anything. Data would be actually lesson vid type, and it has this copy with method. Okay, so this is something that we are going to call. Okay, so now this is a controller, but it's more like a stateful controller, which not only holds our state but also maintain our state. We can update it. Now this state controller would be available over here. So here we could do ref.read actually. And then we need to find lesson data controller provider, this one. And then we want to get notifier object. And after that, over here, we're going to call update lesson data. Now here we can pass vid instance. All right. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so now a lot of things happened over here. First, we created an object, but we want to make it stateful so that it's in shared memory, and we are putting it in the shared memory of lesson data controller. And then over here, since we want to pass it to a different shared memory, and we are using Riverpod, we have to do it using ref.read. Okay, and at the same time we have to call this notifier object so that all the methods inside this controller, they're available. Now this ref.read also available another provider, like this is lesson controller, lesson detail controller provider, right? So you can always access ref in any kind of provider class. Okay, that's what we did over here. It's always available, this ref object. All right, so we pass it down to this one, but of course we cannot do it like this. So here we need to update this lesson vid, the information. Now this update is also available directly from this Riverpod async notifier. Remember, right now we are all async notifier because we are tagging the type as future, right? So this is async notifier. So it has a function called update that helps you to update your data. This could be done in many different ways. Okay, so far I found that it works with me like this. Now that could be even better or worse way. So I cannot talk about that right now. So here lessons.url. So whatever you're passing from here, this object, and whatever the information it's carrying, we want to use copy with method to work with them. I mean, update our information. So here we do lessons and initialize video player. Okay, this one, and a lessons item, and here we do lessons.lessons item url
we already have this URL, right? And what else we need over here is play. Well, we don't need to update is play because we can keep it false for now. All right, so with this you see now what's going to happen when we are in course detail page. We know course detail page calls this method which is called lesson info, and the lesson info gets called when we click any of this. So once we click this, what's going to happen over here? First, we create a lesson data controller provider. We pass the index. So eventually, it's going to load the data from the server. And it loads the data from the server. And after loading it, we pass it to this one. And at the same time, we also initialize our video player step by step. Okay, that's what happens once we click on this. And by the time when we are on this page, now we can go ahead and use this one. Okay, and it would be easy for us to use. Now to be able to use that, we need to come to a lesson detail over here, this one. Okay, and now this time actually we don't need this one anymore. Okay, so here we can create a variable and we're going to call it lesson data. And here we do ref.watch and lesson data controller provider. Okay, that's all. So by the time when this page opens, we would be able to get an instance of the controller, which would be over here. So this controller type is of async type controller, right? So that's why over here inside this column here we are going to use like this lesson data that when. All right. Okay, right. Now over here we take the data object and here we could do text hello. I think this is the things that we have done before. E and T. All right, so here you could say text error. All right, and after that over here we could also do loading, right? So here we'd say loading text loading, right? Okay, so now of course our target is to work on this widget, right? This one. Eventually we're going to work on this. All right, let's see how far we are doing. Let's click on this, or let's click on this. Well, it's empty, there is no course for that. Let's come over here. Okay, and let's click on this. Okay, so far so good. All right, we only see hello, so which means that we don't have any errors so far. Okay, and of course we do see we have a lot of different kind of messages that showed up. Of course, these are all debug information, okay? And this is happening, of course, they are not error. This is happening, that's because we have over here tried to initialize this object, okay? Over here, we'll have also changes in future because this page is going to be more complex and it's a step-by-step process. All right, okay, so in next section, actually, we need to go ahead and grab the video player. We have to grab the video player over here and show the video player and show whatever it is over here. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and work on this. So this is the place where actually we want to show our video player. Now how to work with this? Well, first let's go ahead and remove this one. We don't want this. We want a container, definitely a container, and then inside this we'll have a child. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And inside the child, we'll have a special widget called FutureBuilder. I'm going to talk about this very soon. And then over here, there is a property called future. And after this, we have to get data.initialize video player, this one. And after that, we have a property which is called builder. You have to get that one. It has a context and a parameter called snapshot. You can call it actually anything.
All right, and inside this we have to return something, and inside this the thing we return, actually that should be showing this video player. Okay, all right, so now over here, while my emulator is starting, over here I'm going to return a stack widget, and here we're gonna have children like this. All right, and we are ready. So I'm going to put here like this. A few things happening over here. The first thing is FutureBuilder. Now, since we are loading data from server, remember our videos would be coming from server, so we have to be connected to the server. When you want to be connected to the server for a certain period of time and get all the data slowly, then you should be always using FutureBuilder. I mean, this is one of your best friend, FutureBuilder. When you connect to the server, you need to get continuous data stream, then go ahead and use FutureBuilder. So in our case, we are using video player. Now video player, remember, initialize video player, this one over here, we know that it initializes the video player with an network video player object. So over here we pass the URL and we get this object, and from there actually we initialize the video player, and once initialization is done we hook it with FutureBuilder. So it's like, okay, the video itself somehow is somewhere in the network, and FutureBuilder needs something that's something in the network. So it's more like you're connecting the data source with the FutureBuilder. Okay, so you have to use this property, right? And what else? So it takes a builder property, and inside this, whatever the data you get from the network, you have to build it, right? So that's why you have a builder, because you're going to build it so that you can show it on the user. That's what it tells you. Now we want to build the data and show it on our UI. Okay, all right, so here we could do something like this: a video player. Okay, now inside this we need to put our video player. Now we know that we have a video player instance, that one, the one that available globally. So we are going to put that one inside this, and we say it's not going to be null. All right, so that's the first one. And right now let's go ahead and do that, but it's not going to work. Or it might work. The way I have designed early, it might not work. But anyway, so let's go ahead and click on this. So we say it over here. Remember, your ng-rock should be connected. And we come over here. So here it did say that null checker used on a null value. And now this kind of error is pretty understandable. A lot of things are happening over here, and we are actually not done yet that how everything should be going there. Let's see, over here it says that this video player is null. Okay, so there is this problem. Now to be able to work with this so that it doesn't return us null, over here we need to wrap it around a condition. So what's this condition? Over here we are going to check. So if snapshot, the one that we created, snapshot equal connection state equal to, so something over here is called connection state dot done. So if the connection is done over here, so we're gonna put a condition over here, and let us check one more time whether the video player is null or not. Okay, so video player, if video player is equal null, then we just show a container. Otherwise, over here, whatever we were supposed to have, we put that one. But now this return statement we can actually put over here. Okay, and it should be working, I guess. Okay, the arrow should be gone. and there is another error. Let me check what is this. Okay, so over here we do have builder. Okay, we have else. So yes, so then we need else, otherwise it's gonna throw error. So else you have to return something else. So that's what it's telling you. So over here we're gonna return const center, and then inside this we'll have child. So let's go ahead and do that, and we do circular progress indicator. Circular, looks like it's not recognizing, but it should actually. FutureBuilder. Okay, my else if statement is in the wrong place, so that's why. Sorry about that. It should be over here with this else return const, and we're gonna actually return a center widget and circular progress indicator. Okay, and let's put semicolon. Now let's try it one more time. This time we're gonna see that whether it works or not. Okay, data is loading, and data is loaded. Well, at least this time it's not crashing because it's trying to load the data from the server, and somehow it's still not loading, but at least the crashing has gone. Okay, and over here most probably it is already loaded, and that's why here we see the black screen unless we have a crash, and it looks like it has crashed. Okay, now that could be a reason that we didn't assign any size to it, that our video player doesn't have any size. Now remember earlier I said that we have to wrap it around this container, and I said definitely the reason is width and height. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it a width of this and height, say 200.h. So that's the first thing. Let's go ahead and refresh it, and here we go. Beautiful. It already showed up. So this height was causing this issue. Wonderful. So at least we can load the video, and that's what we see. And if you want to be smart right away, we can do a little bit of a trick over here. We can put it to true, but I'm going to change it back later. And let's reload. I'm not sure it would work unless we go back. Okay, let's go back and let's come over here. All right. Okay, it looks like it didn't start over here, and maybe we need an initialization with this. Yeah, it didn't auto start, and we're gonna work on that step by step, so it's fine. But now, before we go further, Android users, you need to find your Android XML, this file. Over here, make sure that you have this internet permission. If you don't have, you have to have, okay, right before this application tag, you need to have this permission. Go ahead and use this one. And right inside this over here, you need to have this uses clear text traffic true, which tells you that, okay, let it allow all kind of HTTP requests, including secure and non-secure. You have to have this one. And if you are an iOS user, you also have to set up pinfo in plist info plist. Yeah, this one. Over here at the bottom, make sure that you have this two or few lines: key, dect, key, true. Okay, it has to be inside this dictionary. You are adding another key and a dictionary. Make sure that you have this too, otherwise it's not going to work at all. Anyway, so let's go ahead and refresh and restart, and we're going to see that whether it works or not. Okay, So let me come over here. Okay, it's loading, and over here as well. And let's expect if we have any error or not. No. These are some messages because now video player is activated. It's a lot of hardware decoding and a lot of stuffs like that. So that's why you see messages. But you see this kind of messages only on Android. iOS might not have any messages at all. Okay, right. Now, yes, here we do see that it didn't start loading. Okay, and that's fine. Next step, we would see how to play the video actually. Okay, so let's continue to work on this. So far what we have seen that we can load the lessons and we can also load the video. But the video itself doesn't load. The reason could be that we didn't really play the video. Now, one way to work with this, that to play the video is from here. We need to come to our lesson controller, and right after it is initialized over here, actually you can go ahead and play the video. So here you could do video player. Sorry, my internet connection is poor, so that's why it's not loading. Sorry, video player dot play. All right, okay, let me try to load my site again one more time. So this is something that we are not running before, and that's why it was not loading. Anyway, so let's go ahead and load this, and we see this over here. Okay, now hopefully we'll see that once the video player has been loaded, yes, as you can see that my video popped up. Okay, now it's running, beautiful. So this is the way to go. Well, you can put it here, no worries. Okay, it'll work. Or if you want, you can also move this logic to somewhere else. Okay, and we'll see in future how we go. So for now, we'll keep it here. Okay, cool. And now previously we were actually talking about this thumbnail. So this is the time that we put a thumbnail. All right, and where to put? Well, one of the ways we could do it is over here inside this. Okay, now here we could put decoration image. Okay, let's see if we have decoration image or not. So here, that's why first we'll have decoration, and then we'll have box decoration. All right, and I think we do have a class which returns this box decoration image. Not sure that. Okay, let me go ahead and check that. No, this is not going to work because this returns us a container or gesture detector. But what we want, actually, we want the box decoration. But in this case, we want box decoration with an image. Looks like we don't have. So in that case, I'm just gonna use box decoration, this one. And inside this here we could do image, and we do decoration image, and then here we could do image, and here we do network image, and here let's go ahead and work on this. So we'll have the image coming from network. So here we do app const dot image upload path, and then we're gonna add from our lesson data, lesson data dot thumbnail. I believe we have a thumbnail. No, we can't directly use it from lesson data. We should be using it from data. So here we do data dot thumbnail. And a lesson item dot thumbnail. This one. All right, so let's go ahead and try this. Now we're gonna come over here, and let's come over here, and okay, it says loading and it worked. Okay, now we need to do a bit of check. Now even before that, actually first we need to work on another thing, otherwise it's gonna mess up with everything. So over here we're gonna call dispose method. We have to override that, okay, because we created the video controller and we need to dispose it. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Video controller and dispose. Otherwise it'll use a lot of memory, which you don't want. So let's go ahead and restart our app, and now every time we leave the page, it's going to dispose this video controller, or the video player actually, and then it's going to release the resources, which is good for app. Okay, now we do have an issue over here of using this data, right? So it says that it faces null checker, which means the data is not coming, so invalid range or something like that. Okay, so I want to check with this, and let's see here, lesson data. Okay, and the lesson data has lesson item. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this error, whether we have this data length is available or not. Okay, so here I'm going to print like this. Okay, and here I'll say my data length is here we get lesson data dot value dot lesson item dot length. Okay, all right, so we're gonna print that, and over here we say, okay, say it that it is not empty. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and check. Okay, right, and we already saw that it printed my data length is 1. I think somewhere over here, down here, it did already. Okay, or I could do Control F, my data. Okay, so it works if we said my data length is not null. It forces that not null, but when it checks, it is null for a few moments or a second, because the data is still not available from the server, so that's why it gets null. Okay, so even if you force it, it's still the same. I mean, data does arrive, but it arrives later. By the time it arrives, it crashes first and then it gets back. Anyway, now to be able to work with this, here we could do actually another thing. So I'm going to cut this, and then here I'm going to do like this, lesson data, or let me go ahead and do a recheck on the code where we start this one. Okay, right, so I am going to do an extra layer of checking on this. Lesson data dot value dot lesson item, and then over here we can say is empty. If it is empty, it means no data. If it is empty, then we're gonna say a container and a child and a circular progress indicator. All right, otherwise over here we're gonna show whatever we had. All right, and most probably we need to say that the value itself is not empty. Okay, this is not empty, but this lesson could be empty for a moment, so that's why we have this check over here. All right, and it says remove this unnecessary, but I think I want to center it. So remove, put it inside center, and also put a const modifier. All right, so now let's go ahead and run it, and we're gonna see how it works. Okay, so our app is restarting and loading. All right, and then okay, now let's come over here. Yes, data is loading. Okay, right, now it works much better. Okay, so with this is looking much better. So we did extra layer of checking. The error is gone. All right, okay, cool. Now we also see the thumbnail, right? And which is very cool. Let's come over here and play this one. Okay, thumbnail. So you see that thumbnails are different. So over here, this thumbnail is Riverpod latest 2.0. Awesome. And here the thumbnail is Riverpod hooks. So we are getting different thumbnail for different image. All right, or different video actually. And this one is not loading, most probably problem with the server. Okay, now this might not have any thumbnail at all, so that's why it was not able to print that. Anyway, so yes, it's working and we are happy with this. Okay, now there are more work to do, so let's go ahead and continue. And before that, let me reformat my code so that it looks better. Okay, all right. So it's getting bigger and bigger, this logic. Anyway, so now over here, what we could do, this part most probably we can also move it to somewhere else, this code. Okay, now let me go ahead and check my, sorry, wow, it's a mess. Anyway, so let's go ahead and check this widgets over here. Okay, so there is this image. There is this image one. Okay, app image, and we do have box shadow, but we have just checked on box shadow. Actually, the name is actually a misnomer. It shouldn't be box shadow. All right, so over here I'm going to create, so over here we are going to create box, return something that's called box decoration, and method is we're gonna call it image box, network image box, network image decoration. All right, so here we're gonna say string image path. All right, and all we need to do, return over here this box decoration. So I'm going to copy this from here. So let's go ahead and copy this, and we're going to put it here. Now all we need to do, we need to pass this image path to this thing. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'd say image path. All right, and well, we need something, so let's go ahead and put it as required, which is much better. And this one, let's reformat the code. All right, well, the reformatting doesn't look very good, but anyway, so now all we need over here, so we need to call this one, which is network image decoration. Okay, so here say network image decoration, and the path is this one. So here app const dot image uploads, and
Then over here we'll have this lesson data or data actually, data dot lesson item index 0. We'll get the first one, and then thumbnail. All right, so let's go ahead and restart our app. Hopefully it should be better. Okay, right. Okay. All right, loading. Okay, cool. All right, video started fine. All right, so the next thing we want to do over here is working on a video control button. Okay, so we want to show an item over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now you see that we are inside this column, right? So it's going to work in our favor. So lesson data here right after this. So here we want to create a row actually, and here we'll have this children. Now inside this we want to create a pause button actually. Okay, all right. So play and pause button. So we can do it using gesture detector, and that'd be fine. And then here we'll have child, and inside this child actually we are going to use play pause button. Now how this is going to work? Well, so definitely here we can check like this, lesson data, or let's see, what do we have? Actually, I think we can move this logic to somewhere else. Let me see if we can do that or not. So I remove that, and I'm going to cut it. And I want to be here inside this. Okay, let's see. Look like we don't have these options actually. All right, so in that case I'll track back, because I can put it here, but that would also create more complexities, which I think I can, or I want to avoid actually. So that's fine. So here I can just do simply child and app image, this one. Okay, let's go ahead and put something, and we do see that this is over here, right? This showed up, but we don't want to have it like this. So I'm going to go ahead and find our image res class, and inside this I want to define some new images. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. I think we already have one, which is called play circle. This is something we are going to use. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to take this over here, and we're going to call it as a pause. And over here it should be pause as well. Pause. Okay, right. I'm going to cut this, and inside this I'm going to put image, I think that's image path, and then here we'll have image res. Most probably we need to import it. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, I think it's auto imported. And then over here first say pause. All right, cool. And you want a const modifier. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, now let's see it, and we see the pause there. Now it's too small, right? So we can pass extra parameters to it. So here we say width 24.w, height
24.h. Then we need to remove that, so it got bigger, right? Okay, cool. And now it doesn't look like that it's centered, so I'm going to do like this. So wrap it around a padding widget, which would help us. And over here we can do only. So I think we had this left thing. So left 25.w, right 25.w, and we gotta remove this const one more time. Let's save it. Okay, but now that's okay, but we also want to center them, right? Okay, so that's one way to go, but we'll have more buttons like left and right, things like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to copy this, and I guess I can put here and one here. This idea is same. So we can also do something called actually next and left and right, but we don't have the images. They look the same. Okay, all right, so once again I guess we need to be here. So let me get there, and I'm going to copy this and put it here 2 times. Okay, so we can say left and we can say right, but the images should be different. So it's one of the image we already have. Rewind left, rewind right. Okay, and let's close this. Now here we can say left, and here we can say right. Let's save it. Yes, beautiful. So it's looking much better. All right, and then over here we could do main axis alignment, and main axis alignment dot center. So everything is centered. Now over here, these things we could actually do sized box. So here we could do sized box equals say 20.h. Okay, sorry, it should be width. All right, okay, or maybe it's a little too far, so let's do 15. Okay, now with this we could also do a top over here, top 10.h. All right, beautiful. Okay, so this time we want to control this button, right? So to control this button, we need to access this data property. Now look at this container and this padding. So either we invoke it one more time, okay, or we can actually move this logic inside this. So first we can wrap it around a column widget. Oh, all right, it already actually did automatically. So now container is wrapped around this column widget, so be careful how we do that. And then I can just simply cut this and put it inside. Okay, now I'm going to save it, and I'll make sure that there are no errors. Loading, yes, so we don't see any error. Right, now after this, inside this one, the middle gesture detector, inside this we can have this untap event. All right, and we'll simply have this.
Okay, now we can do a check, conditional check. If data dot is play, if it is playing, if data equal is play, then we want to do some conditional check. Now here we would do video player controller dot pause, P-A-U-S-E. Now this is automatically available inside video player, so that's why we are doing that. Okay, cool. And so we just want to pause it if it's playing. All right, and then here else we could do like this. Then video player play. All right, okay. So now let me close this. We don't need these things. Not even course detail. Not this one. All right, and not this one either. We need. We don't need this one either. Okay, so lesson controller. This one over here. We start to play. That's true. Okay. All right, and at the same time we have a state. Is play true. Now here is this confusion maybe you'll have. So what is this is play true and what is this play? Remember, this one is to change the status of actually this kind of button over here. Now the video player, this one, it maintains its own state actually. So once you call this play, it'll start to play the player. But this one, just to control this button animation. All right, so that's why we have this. So now let's go ahead and try. Now by default it'll start to play, right? Now if I click on this, it'll stop. It should stop. Okay, it looks like it did not. And over here we could actually do a check that what's happening here. So here we'd say print it's playing. What is playing? Okay. All right, and then I'm gonna copy this. I'll say it is stopped. Okay, all right. Now here I'm gonna say it is stopped and it is playing. Now here I'm going to have 1 1 2 2 just to make difference that what we are doing. Okay, all right. Now let's come over here. Let's do a hot reload actually like this. Okay, right. So now let's click on this. We see, let's see. Okay, it is stopped playing. We see that stopped playing. So over here, this one is being played. Okay, all right. So it is playing. So over here, this is not being called. So let's try this again and check. It is stopped playing. Let's try it again. So every time we are clicking on this, we do see that just this section gets called. And of course it's already playing, so it doesn't have to play again and again. All right, so something is wrong with this state over here. Now definitely I can try to prove it, or let's check actually. My play state is data that is play. Let's check the current state of this. Let's do a hot reload. Let's go back and let's come over here. Something was wrong, we feel like. Let's do it. So something is wrong there. So here it did say the null checker used on a null value. So on this route over here, okay, it looks like this is an issue that we need to address one more time. I thought we already fixed that, but anyway, so let's focus on this current issue over here. All right, let me click on this. So yeah, my play state is false, so that's the problem. And I'm going to close this. So even though we set it to true over here, and once we are here, looks like it's not being played. So this is the place actually we need to work. Over here we say is play true, and let's pass it down to this object over here. So is a play, and then here we get the license object and is a play. All right, now let's do completely hot restart, and now let's check on this. All right, and let's click on this. Okay, so this time it changes. Okay, so whenever it came here this time, so the earlier condition was true, and then we pause the video, so that's why it is here, right? Okay, now this is a change in the state, right? Not only so, after pausing it, actually we also need to update this state over here. Okay, so here we could simply go ahead and create a button actually. So here we can say play pause. All right, so whether you're going to play it or pause it, play pause. And then here in general we're going to pass a bool is play, this one. All right, okay, so here we're going to call update data.copyWidth, and then is play. Here we can just pass is play, whatever we are passing. So you take the state, whatever we pass, and update it. So now over here we need to pass like this, ref dot read, and here lesson data controller provider, this one dot modifier, and then over here we're gonna call play pause. Okay, and since we are playing over here this one, then we need to set it to false. Okay, which means that we are not playing. All right, and just go ahead and copy this and put it here, and this time we can say true. All right, okay, now this should hopefully change this. Okay, all right, let's do hot reload from here. Let's see if we can restart on this. Okay. So we do it, set it to false, or most probably we need to restart app because we have a change in the controller, new method. Maybe it didn't take effect. All right, so okay, so here is state is true, and we also see the first one, the first log that we are supposed to see, this one. All right, now hopefully, yes, yes, we see that the new state that printed. And then here we can try again. Yes, so we are changing. All right, but now the button is not changed, right? So that's the other problem. Now the button didn't change. The reason is because we are not animating itself, the button. Okay, so this is where we need to work on this. So here I'm gonna cut this, and we need to check data dot is play. If it is already playing, then you call this one. Otherwise, put it again, and then here play. All right, so it's the toggling. Okay, if it is true, then you should show the pause button. Okay, it's just the opposite, so it's a logical issue, right? If it is already playing, here the button type should be this one, the current one. If it is not playing, you should have a play button. Anyway, so let's restart. So let's go ahead and do this. All right, so this is the default state. Yes, it changed, beautiful. Now it's not playing. Now it's playing. Now it's not playing. Now it's playing. All right, awesome. So we have done everything over here, and this is awesome. So this part is so far so good, and that by saying that, we can also remove the log. We don't need this. Now this one also explains one of the other reasons that why I created this controller class separately. Okay, the reason is this is a little complex, and it also requests data from the server. So if on each click over here you call this class, controller class, is going to get the data every time you click on this, because this would get triggered. So we separated that, and right now we are over here. So now this controller instance and the related methods gets called, and we can control them seamlessly, so not conflicting with data request. All right, okay, cool. And another reason is this one also, because we just initialize this one only once. Okay, if you have this thing, you have to pass argument each time, and then this would get called each time, which is extremely bad and memory inefficient. All right, okay, cool. Hopefully with this we are going to we learn how to control a video player using Riverpod. Okay, cool.